graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on barrel. Get out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
4 streams today, baby. What is going on, everybody? Hopefully you're all doing well and having yourselves a very fantastic day. My name is Jason Joseph. I go on for Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles play-by-plays. I'm doing something a little bit different, though, tonight because you know what? This March Madness tournament, I'm not going to lie, I'm really hyped up about it. I really am. And I thought it'd be really cool to come on here and fill out a men's and a women's bracket with y'all and try to get people's insights about things, and maybe we could fill something out together, okay? And if you are tuning in on the video version of this, okay, make sure you hit the thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel. Let me know down below who you guys picked as well. I would really, really appreciate that. And who do you have going to the Sweet 16? Who's going to the Elite 8? Who's going to the Final 4? Who's winning your championship? Let me know all the details down below. And with that being said, let's start the madness. Let's go, baby! All right, let's go. Very, very nice. All right. So actually, let's go back to the monologue screen real quickly. Okay, yes. So we're gonna fill out this bracket. Okay, we're gonna do men's first, and then we're gonna go into the women's bracket. And I am going to pick teams. Okay, I honestly have not been following a lot of college basketball. Okay, but I am going to try to do some research as we do this, and some of it is going to be guess, of course. Now, there is a basketball game on right now, and I want to make sure that I have that. Which game is it? Oh, man. I had ESPN up before, and now I don't. So let's go back to ESPN. Let's mute this, and let's see which men's game is on. So you got Xavier versus Texas. That's the game. It's 78-76. Which channel is that game on? Is that SEC? No. Is that might be on CBS, right? Might be on actual cable. Let's check. No. They don't have it on. That's really weird. Shouldn't the game be on TV? Maybe not. They have the NIT for both teams, but I don't see the actual game of this being on, unless it's on True TV. It is on True TV. True TV. There we go. All right. There's the first 4. Okay, Xavier versus Texas. All right. Shout out to TV. Shout out to True TV. So we won't choose that game until that one is done. All right. So, yeah, let's say hello to everybody in the comments. We got Texas and Xavier, says Jane. Yes, that game is on. Jane says, I got Florida and Duke in the championship. Okay. All right. So I'm going to get to that. I want to hear who you guys, of course, have in your championship bracket. Totally. But we're going to go one by one. All right. Now let's fill out this bracket together. First and foremost, we are going to create a bracket. Okay, we'll share this tab. So here's our bracket that we're going to create. We're going to create a bracket right here. Okay. I'm not going to do a group just yet. Okay, but these are the matchups right here. So let's zoom on in. Okay. For some reason that is a little bit too, okay, there we go. That's better. All right. So we are gonna zoom in. I don't want to do a quick bracket. I just want to do this. All right. So let's maybe zoom out just a little bit. I think that's better. Yeah. All right. So first, we're going to do the South. We're going to do the South side of things. Okay, so we got Auburn going up against Alabama State. All right, now I want to do a little bit of research about Alabama because I know that we're going to be having some Cinderellas. Okay, I definitely know that. Alabama State. They play tomorrow at 2:50. Oof. That's actually a good thing that we are doing this today. We could have done this in the morning, but it's probably smart that we do this today. According to Yahoo, let's see what Yahoo has to say. All right, so here's what Yahoo says. Duke is the number one. Okay, how Auburn got the number one. Nah, I don't care about that. South region, East region, Midwest. No. I just want some guidance. Help me out. I just want to see Alabama State predictions. Okay, let's go here. Alabama State basketball. Let's go to this. Alabama State will face the Auburn Tigers in the first round. The game will be played in Lexington. Okay, I knew that. Auburn gets its tough test of the season with the top overall seed. Auburn up next in the NCAA tournament. The Hornets used some March Madness in a last-second 70-68 win over St. Francis in their NCAA first four game on Tuesday night. Amar Knox was the hero with a full-court pass ending up. Ooh, dude, that's sick. That's so wild. It's weird, dude. Look at this. Look at this mascot. That's cool. That's sick. I like it. I like it very, very much. So they have Auburn beating Alabama State 90-65. Okay. Alabama State struggles to shoot the ball, even though it shot above its average in the first four matchup, going up to 42.9% from the field. Hornets had been the 344th ranked shooting team. Okay. Tigers defense has been a mainstay for them, holding opponents to 40%. All right. So if they're not going to shoot the ball well, I'm sorry. I ain't going to take that. I'm sorry. That sounds really weird to say. So Auburn, you got that pick for me, bro. Auburn, I got you. If Alabama ain't going to shoot it well, I'm sorry. I'm not going to take Alabama State. Now, it is one game. Anything is possible. Okay, anything is possible. So it could just be one game, you know. Maybe they have a three-point sniper that, you know, just didn't really have a good season, but then he just locks up and just goes off, you know. So, but I'm gonna go with Auburn. I'm gonna be safe here. I ain't gonna go with that type of an upset, but I wanted to do some research. All right, chat. So I got Auburn winning and playing beating Alabama State. All right, now we're gonna go with Louisville or Creighton. This is tough. Actually, should we come back to Louisville? I feel like the 8-9 thing is just. Well, let's go for the upset ones first. Maybe we should go in order. I don't know. We'll go in order. All right, let's go Louisville versus Creighton. Okay, so we got Auburn first. All right, Louisville versus Creighton. And guys, make sure you hit the thumbs up button and hit that subscribe button as well. We're doing our bracket predictions. All right, Louisville versus Creighton predictions. Let's go over here and let's share this tab now. Okay. So yeah, Auburn, I feel like they're probably just going to shoot the ball well. Louisville versus Creighton picks and predictions. Brooks Holton says a 72-68 Louisville. Our experts are fairly divided in this contest. Well, that's what happens when you have an 8 seed going up against a 9 seed. So, I mean, of course it's going to be divided. It's a 2.5 spread. Ooh. And the over-under's at 145.5. Ooh. Chat, I don't know. Who do I go with here? This game begins Thursday at 12:15. Okay? It's on CBS. I don't know. Are they not going to give us predictions? Nothing? They just want to tell us this, but they don't give us predictions. Let's just go to ESPN's predictions, you know? Let's just go to their preview. Did they say anything though? No. Pat Kelsey's turnaround of the Cardinals is impressive following a woeful 8-24 season in 2023. That was last year. Their defense this season was led by Chucky Hepburn, and he's been holding down the fort while Rain Smith is out. So that's the Louisville Cardinals. Louisville has a chance to make some noise. That's what these people say. They average 70.6 points per game. Okay. Versus top 25 teams. This is big for me. This is versus top 25 teams. 2-5 are the Cardinals. And 3-5 are Creighton. All right. Well, because of that, I'm going to go with Creighton. I think Creighton's going to come in hot. And I feel like that they're going to be able to make some noise. All right, now we go back to Auburn versus Creighton in just a little bit. All right, Michigan versus UC San Diego. All right, we're going to speed it up a little bit. I want to take a look at how this thing goes. Because I like to be able to do a little bit of research. You know what I'm saying? I like to be able to do some research. What does chat say? Scott says Louisville. Michael says we would do points per round. Okay. That's what's so fun about it. You won't get a perfect bracket. It's about getting as much as possible. As that thing is covering my face. That's okay. You won't get a perfect bracket. I won $50 one time, dude. That's so sick. Jane's going with Creighton. Okay. That's what she's going to go with. And, all right, let's go back to this. The Michigan Wolverines play a simple brand. This is according to ESPN's analysis. With their 7-footers, with Danny Wolf as the ball handler and Vladislav Golden as the roller. Michigan ranks amongst the best 2-point shooting teams in the nation. Okay, but how does this team do shooting the three? Right? That's the question. How did they do with shooting the 3 ball? That they're not going to say. They average 79.8 points per game. They only give up 61.6 points per game, though. This team defense might be really good. I'll take UC San Diego as an upset here. I will. Because if they play that good defense, I could see Michigan starting off a little bit hot and then getting a little bit complacent. And, here comes UC San Diego out of nowhere, just playing really, really good defense. Xavier just won and beat Texas. Wow. So Xavier is going to the March Madness tournament. Interesting. What else? They're also 18-2 versus conference play. I know that doesn't really matter, but in this case, I'm gonna give UC San Diego the benefit of the doubt here. Okay, I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt. Michael says historically at least one one or more 12s pull the upset here, JJ. I'm going with UC San Diego here. I think that they could pull an upset here. And I know Michigan's had a very good basketball program, but sometimes what happens, this is just one game for your life. And UC San Diego may not be the better team, but they could just be the better team that day. You know? You feel me? So I got them. I got them going. And then they are going to play the winner of Texas A&M or Yale. That game might be really good too. Let's prove that. Let's go to that preview. Where's that at? Texas A&M versus Yale. Hit that thumbs up button, folks, and hit that subscribe button as well. Try your free share again. We lost our audio. We don't really care about that. Texas A&M. See if we can find any more info about them. If y'all can, if y'all have any websites down below of really good analysis, I would appreciate that. I would appreciate that very much. Thank you for doing that. Texas A&M basketball predictions. Let's type this in. See if we can find. This is according to NBC Sports. Okay, we can go here. We'll share this tab. What did they have to say? Texas A&M enters the first round of the 2025 NCAA tournament with a strong, balanced roster. The Aggies rely on their physicality and depth to wear down opponents. And they'll look to control the tempo against Yale. The champions of the Ivy League, Yale, on the other hand, come into the matchup with a sharp, efficient offense that thrives on smart ball, movement, and perimeter shooting. Okay, I don't want to see that right now. Yale is outstanding at cleaning the boards and limiting their opponents to single attempts. Okay, the Bulldogs, they're going to need some sharp from beyond the arc shooting and make the most of the opportunities to catch Texas A&M off guard. If Yale can control the tempo and avoid getting caught up in a physical battle, they might be able to pull off a surprise and advance against the Aggies. Oof. Chad, how do we feel about this? How do we feel about this? Let's share. So let's go back to this. So this is Texas A&M or Yale here. Oh no. Their model calculates Yale has won outright 16 of their last 17 games and is 10-7 against the spread in those 17 games. Texas A&M is 5-5 on the money line. In their last 10 games. And they're 5-5 against the spread. Dude, this could be an upset too. This could be an upset. I don't know. Who do we go with here? Yale or Texas and A&M? I don't know. I went Michigan against UC Sun, but I think you got me. This Yale team might be good with the way that they made it sound. You went with Texas and A&M? Oh, no. I don't know what to do. For now, I'll go with Yale. I think I'll go with Yale for now. All right, so we got Auburn versus Creighton. We got UC San Diego versus Yale. And now our next one. We got 4 left in this side. Ole Miss versus UNC. I just have a gut feeling, and I'm not even going to do this research here. I have this gut feeling that North Carolina is going to find a way to win this game. I just think that the NCAA gods were like, we want North Carolina to get in over some of these other teams because we think that they could provide a Cinderella story. And I just have that gut feeling that they're going to shoot the ball very well from 3 against Ole Miss, and they're going to shoot the lights out. Again, if somebody's hot from 3, that's game. And North Carolina, I just think, has that. So I'm going with the Tar Heels here. So right now I got 3 upsets so far. Really 4 if you want to count Creighton, but I don't really count 8 versus 9 as an upset. I'm going with Tar Heels. How do we feel, chat? You think I'm bugging, or do you think that there might be some legitimacy to that? Or is there something else that I'm not, doing some research on? I mean, I didn't even do research on the Carolina Tar Heels. I didn't even do that. But I'm going with North Carolina here. And then we got Iowa State versus Lipscomb. I went Ole Miss, but there have to be some upsets. See now, Gene, if you went with Ole Miss, now I'm starting to second guess myself. This is where it gets hard. You went Ole Miss there. Okay, I think I'll come back. I'm sticking with my gut with North Carolina. Okay, I'm gonna stick with it. I can't change it, but you can. I can't change, even if I tried, even if I wanted to. Macklemore. Iowa State versus Lipscomb. Where's Iowa State? Iowa State's right over here. I wish there was a way I could crop this and make this look a little bit bigger. Could I do this? That's a little bit too big. That's a little bit too big. We'll go here. Iowa. Oh no. Where do we go? Oh no. There we go. Iowa State versus Lipscomb. Is that how you say it? Okay. Iowa State versus Lipscomb. Okay. Let's see what FanDuel has to say. And we'll go to Bleacher Nation. Okay. We got a number 3 seed in Iowa State going up against number 14. Where's the opinions? JJ's trying to interact with you. Well, I mean, it's whoever wants to do it. You know what I'm saying? And there's some people that are really tired, so I'm not gonna stress out about it too much. We're gonna be on here for a while. I'll tell you that. Number 3 seed, Iowa State, the Cyclones. But yes, get involved, chat. That's the bottom line. Definitely get involved. Going up against the Lipscomb Bisons. I don't even know where they are. They play at the Pfizer V Forum in Milwaukee? Ooh. That's where they are? I didn't know that. Playing on TNT. Okay. They play Friday. Who will win? This is what I want to know. Okay. In games that has been played at least a 14.5-point favorite season this season, Iowa State is 5-6 against the spread. Good to note. Both teams are averaging 159 points, 160, we'll just round it up, points per game combined. 16 more than the total of 143.5. Iowa State and Lipscomb have seen their opponents average a combined 8.1 fewer points per game than the over-under of 143. Iowa State insights. They're outscoring opponents by 12 points. Ooh, that's big. That's big. Oof. That's big. Okay. Yeah. Okay. If they're gonna get the rebound battle right there, it's just okay. This one's easy for me. Okay. We're just I ain't even going to read any more of that. We're going back to this. Okay. Lipscomb, it's been a magnificent season for you. Okay. I'm sorry. I usually like to go with Cinderella stories here, but there ain't no way y'all are beating Iowa State. I'm sorry. I apologize. Come at me, though, if I end up being wrong. And now we go to Marquette versus New Mexico. See, I didn't even have to look at the rest of that. I was like, dude, if they're outscoring their opponents by 12.3 points per game, dude, 12.3 points per game. GG. Marquette against New Mexico. Okay, let's see what they have to say about this. Let's go over here. This is what I'm gonna. The money line for New Mexico is at plus 145. Interesting. Yeah, I know, but I want to fill out the bracket as I'm live. Where are we? Notable results now. The difference in Marquette's pace on opposite ends of the court is something to watch. Its offense is led by Cam Jones. I know that. Defensively, the Golden Eagles frustrate opponents with their slow pace. I think Marquette pulls this thing out. I think it's going to be close. I really do. I think it's going to be close. I am going to look at that email, though. I'm going to go back. You're the best, Scott. I really do appreciate it. But I want to fill out this bracket as I'm live. Let's go back to this. So Cam Jones, Eagles are frustrate the opponents with their slow pace and are among the nation's best in steals. Points off turnovers are crucial because despite all their threes, they're not particularly accurate. Okay, but do I need ESPN Bet in order to see those things? Okay, there we go. 81.2 points per game. You all can't see that. 76.9. Okay, then we got 68.5 versus 70.8 points per game. I think that we just go with Marquette here. I do. I think that Marquette's going to get the W. Just have a gut feeling, and we're going to go with that. All right, let's pull this up. Let's go back to the email. Let's see if this does make it easier for us. You're the best. There we go. We got our. Oh wait, this is a big. Whoa, this is a big doc. March Madness Nate Silver predictions. Holy moly. This is a big doc, dude. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. But this is a Word document. It's not showing up. They're all just links, but they don't show up. I do appreciate the try though. Here, I'll show you right on the stream. Okay. See how these are just links. They don't show up. I can't click on them or anything. So, but I do appreciate this, man. Means a lot. Let's go back to this. Where are we? Did I get rid of it? Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Good try, though. I wanted to show you, though. But, yes, that was really nice. Michigan State against Bryant. I'm going to do the research here, folks. Michigan State's winning this. Michigan State is absolutely winning this. All right, so I'm done with my first side. All right, so I got This is the South Side, okay? We got Auburn versus Creighton in round 2. Then we got UC San Diego versus Yale. Then we got North Carolina versus Iowa State. Iowa State wins against Lipscomb. Marquette is going to play Michigan State. And that's it. Let's go to the West. Okay, the West Side. Florida against Norfolk State. Norfolk, it's been a fun ride. Don't hate me for this. I've never been to Norfolk before. I honestly didn't even know it was a college. I'm sorry. But in no way the Gators are losing. Again, I wish y'all the best. I do. I wish everybody the best. Florida is the team I gotta go with, bro. I have to go with Florida here. It's right up the road from me. Really. Whew. I'll tell you this, though. I think in the first half it is going to be close. Norfolk is probably going to get, really, really involved with their pick and roll. And Florida is just going to turn up that tempo in the second half. I think that Florida is going to sort of get off to a slow start. Norfolk is going to get, again, complacent, and they're going to start feeling good, and they're going to start off with like a 10-2 run or something like that. And then after, 5 minutes go by or something, Florida's going to be like, just keeping their foot on the gas pedal just a little bit. And then by the time that second quarter starts, or the second half starts, they're just going to absolutely outscore Norfolk. You feel me? So I got Florida winning this. The UConn Huskies against Oklahoma. Ooh. Let's preview this bracket. Let's preview this. Picture this. Yeah, make sure you hit the like button, hit that subscribe button as well. Please, get involved with me and let me know how you guys feel about this. Okay, how do we feel about these picks so far? The two-time defending champs are different teams. Are different team. Wait, what? That makes no sense. The two-time defending champs are different team, are a different team as they go for their third title in a row. See, ESPN, even the writers, there's always some type of a typo. Always some type of a typo. Come on. You got to be perfect. I strive for perfection. But see, you even see people making mistakes on here, and this stuff happens. But I got a little bit confused there. Offense led by guard Solo Ball. Wait, that's his name, Solo Ball. And Captain Alex Carabin. Okay. Foul trouble. Ooh. Okay, let's highlight this. Foul trouble and three-point defense have been the biggest vulnerabilities for the Huskies. Okay. UConn still plays, though, tough interior defense. Okay. And Dan Hurley's squad is one of the tournament's best. Okay. That's a kryptonite, though. That is a kryptonite. Oklahoma, you're a very good team. UConn, you're a very good team. This is like picking Ben and Jerry's ice cream or Friendlies. I like them both. But I got to choose one or the other. UConn has that home court advantage, which I do think is going to help. I do. This is a late night game. Paige Beckers, I'm sure. I don't think she's going to be in the building that night, but that might help. UConn's going to be my pick. I think it's going to come down to the wire, though, and it's going to be a nail-biter. Because, again, if they're going to be getting into foul trouble, like that article says, even though that article had a typo, yeah, I'm gonna stick with UConn here. So I got UConn against Florida in round 2 on the west side of the bracket. This is a tough bracket so far. UConn versus Oklahoma, that's not easy. Memphis against Colorado State. Excuse me. That is one of the weirdest burps I've ever had in my streaming career. Memphis and Colorado State. Tip us 30% for all the help. Guys, if we get a perfect bracket, let me think about that. First, chat's been interesting to me tonight. Well, if we get the first overall pick as the Sixers this year, we got to get, y'all didn't say that we got to get something, but I did promise y'all something. Now I got to promise y'all something for this. I mean, what if both things happen? I don't know. Memphis versus Colorado State. Deion Sanders, different sport. This isn't football. All right, let's share this tab. Let's actually go back. And let's go back to here real quick. Share this tab instead. You went upset. I went upset with Colorado State. Colorado State versus Memphis. He's at Colorado, not Colorado State. Oh, thanks for the correction, my friend. I appreciate that. Preview. Let's try preview here. Okay. Let's go back to this. Memphis basketball. Let's do, that's not college football. Why they call it, what, bro? They call this like college football news, and yet they're doing NCAA basketball. That's false advertising, man. That's false advertising. Look at this. This ain't no college football. It's college basketball. It's not your normal 5-12 NCAA tournament game. It's cool if you want to go out of your comfort zone, but just don't call yourselves college football news if you're going to be covering basketball. Memphis versus Colorado State. 2:00 p.m. Eastern Time. The game's on TBS. Why Colorado State will win? Defense has been terrific over the last 2 months, according to this article. Rams are great from 3. That's important. They move the ball around very well. Memphis hits its threes, but they come in the overall scheme of the offense. I think I just got a little piece of this earphone in my finger. There aren't too many shots from the outside. Colorado State might drag the Tigers out of style. So this team likes to shoot threes. Memphis can also shoot. Okay, so if they could shoot threes and this team can shoot threes, well, then who's going to win? It's a Penny Hardaway. Ooh. There's plenty of passing. There's lots of steals. There's a confidence about this bunch that it seems to know it'll come up with the big play in the big moment. And the problem is that they cause way too many turnovers, but the Colorado State defense doesn't do much to take the ball away. This site predicts that this is going to be like heads or tails, pretty much. I think this is going to be like heads or tails. Rams are going to give the Tigers everything that they can handle, and then it's going to come down to the free throws. chat, you know, they just don't like to make it easy for us. They don't like to make it easy. Okay. We won't do an upset here, and we'll just go with Memphis. But it won't surprise me if Colorado State actually finds a way to win. It would not surprise me. Then we got Maryland versus the Grand Canyon. Grand Canyon has a college? I didn't know that either. Is this their first time going to the program or to the tournament in a while? Let's see. What does ESPN say? Derek Queen is their lead scorer. 16 points per game. Nice. 9 rebounds a game. That's nice. Jacoby Coles. Dude, Jacoby is such a great name. Like Jacoby Walker for the Toronto Raptors. That's such a sick name. Got to go with the Grand Canyon was in it last year. Okay, good insight. King Memphis. It's not a bad team. Okay. They lost to Marquette. Interesting. They beat Ohio State. Purdue Boilermakers. What's a Boilermaker? What? The Terrapins play strong defense and push the tempo out in transition. That's good. They have a high block rate thanks to the 2 defensive bigs, Julian Reese and Derek Queen. I like 2 defensive bigs. They're a great rebounding team. Rebound and misses. Well, they wouldn't rebound and makes. Like, what the heck? What the heck are some of these people on, man? Like, they're great at rebounding misses. Okay, how do you rebound a make? Is that even a thing? Come on, dude. Running down the court in transition, shooting 3-pointers with guards. Jacoby Gillespie. There's another Jacoby? He spells it with an I. It's cool. Terrapins are tough when they start a game on a run, but if their starters get tired, teams tend to take advantage. Okay. All right, folks. We got... Has anyone picked Oregon in their bracket? I haven't even gotten that far yet, Katie. You're miles ahead of me. You're miles ahead of me. We're going to go with Maryland here. Anything can happen with a 1-game format, but the top teams usually do win. It's true. That is true. I mean, well, dude, this is a tough bracket. This is a tough side. Missouri or Drake? Missouri or Drake? Katie is the Ducks quacking. Fun fact, a Boilermaker makes tanks and pressure vessels. Really, I really did not know that. I low-key did not know that. And I actually like myself up here a little bit better. I think that actually looks a lot better up here. I do. Boilermaker is a drink as well. Okay. I really did not know. I thought it was just, like you boil water and you make it. I really did not know that. Why is my nose itchy? I have an itchy nose. Okay. By the way, we're still going to do the women's bracket too. Missouri or Drake? Chat. Oh boy, where's my ex? Chat, what do I do? I'm going to leave this one up to you. What do I do here? Do I go with Drake or do I go with Missouri? Again, I haven't really been following their teams. But I don't know what to do. Who do we go with here? Missouri or Drake? Michael says that he would lean Tigers. I don't know much about Drake. Okay. Should we come back to it? I don't know. Some of the, I feel like this year overall, there's going to be more upsets. I just don't know if every game is going to be an upset. Sometimes it's like you got to figure out a balance here. There's sort of like a thing to this. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tiger by a toe. Okay. Drake. Oh, we got a tie. We'll go with Missouri here. Missouri it is. Texas Tech against UNC Wilmington. Oh, I want to go with Wilmington so badly. But it's UNC Wilmington. It's not Delaware. It's North Carolina Wilmington. UNC Wilmington. How have they done this year? UNC Wilmington versus Texas Tech. Let's see what Sports Illustrated has to say. Utah State and UCLA meet in the first round. Wait, that's not what I want. Utah State. This isn't UCLA. Okay, there we go. UNC Wilmington versus Texas Tech. Odds. Spread. UNC is at plus 15.5. Money line for Texas Tech is at minus 1,700. Harlan Obioa. It's a 7-footer. He's going to have to guard the paint on both sides. He's a ferocious rim runner while also providing strong rim protection as a shot blocker. Sounds like the Sixers could actually use this guy. On the year, he's only averaging 9 points and 5 rebounds, but his play against JT Toppin, is that Obi Toppin's younger brother? Will be notable in the paint. JT Toppin is a New Mexico transfer. He's been outstanding for the Red Raiders this season, averaging over 18 points per game. Dude, if one guy's averaging 9 and the other one's averaging 18, that says a lot about the rest of the team. But I mean, congratulations for them for making it to the tournament. Like that's impressive in itself. But the Red Raiders were banged up ahead of the Big 12 over the during the semifinals over the weekend. The Raiders. Somebody says the Raiders. UNC Wilmington had a solid year. UNC Wilmington isn't bad. I'm pretty sure they had an upset within the last few years, but Texas Tech is always right. Justin Klein. Justin, hold up one sec. Justin. Okay, Justin. My friend. My brother from another mother. Have you ever let me down before? No, you have not. Okay. I'm gonna do this just for you, because you're my boy, and I care about you. I trust you. I do. I trust you. But if I don't get a perfect bracket and Texas Tech loses, I'm going to be so annoyed. But I'm doing this for you because you're my boy. All right. We're going to add this back. Where's our little screen here? Nope, that's not what I want. Let's go back to this. Share this tab only. Let's go back to here. All right, we're going with Texas Tech. Okay. So I got Missouri against Texas Tech. Justin says too much pressure now. Well, it's okay. I trust you. I believe in you. I do. And I do think Texas Tech is going to do it. But there's just, I don't know, like I have these things that go on in the back of my mind that's just like, whoa, like the what ifs here. But you are my boy. I got you. And I'm gonna take your word. The Jayhawks. They're not losing. Let's be fair though. Let's be fair. Let's look at Arkansas. Let's actually be fair about this. Okay. Let's go back to this tab. Let's preview this. The Fluffy Bunny will get it. I like that. The Fluffy Bunny. Guys, hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button as well. We're filling out our brackets. Please fill out your brackets with me as we're doing this. All right. We're doing the men's first, and then we are going to be doing the women's. Okay. We are going to be doing that. Hunter Dickinson. I've heard a lot about Hunter Dickinson for Kentucky. 17.5 points per game, 10 rebounds. This guy is really tall. And Zeke Mayo, I've heard about him too. I think that somebody told me about him and said that he's a pretty good shooter. Did they beat Duke? Yes, they did. They beat Duke on the 26th of 2024. That was November. They go in order. They don't go by recent. They did lose to Arizona, but they also beat Arizona as well. Interesting. The Jayhawks are one of the more experienced teams, which also does matter. Leaning on seniors and returning players, Kansas excels at defending and taking quality shots inside the arc. Well, that's going to be a problem. I'm sorry. Threes are better than twos. The length of Hunter Dickinson and Flory Bidunga also allows the Jayhawks to crash the defensive glass. So that's going to see, I already got my pick there. Kansas can struggle at times forcing turnovers and getting to the foul line. Its presence inside the paint poses a difficult challenge for any opponent. I'm going to lean with the Jayhawks here. I'm going to lean with the Kansas Jayhawks here, but this could be a scrappy game. This could be a football match. This could actually be one of those games that's really close, and Arkansas has the lead for a while, but Kansas hits a buzzer beater. You know? I could see that happening. I could see some weird stuff happening. It's March Madness. You go crazy. But I'm crazy for Kansas. I am crazy for Kansas. Let's do this for Joel Embiid. Let's do this for Kelly Oubre Jr. Let's do this, man. Come on. Come on, bro. Let's go. The JJ Hawks. Yes. St. John's. You're in. Sorry, Omaha. St. John's. You've had a very, very good program this year. I've heard so many incredible things about your program. And I got to go with you. You know, I have to go with you. I got St. John's going pretty far. I want to tell you that right now. There's no way Omaha is going to lose. Okay. So we got the South. We got the West. I got Florida going up against UConn. I got Memphis versus Maryland. And then I got Missouri versus Texas Tech. The Jayhawks versus St. John's. I don't know who St. John's is. Duke versus Mount St. Mary's. This is interesting. No Cooper Flag here. No Cooper Flag. Does Mount St. Mary's pull this out without Cooper Flag? Please let me know in the chat. Because this actually legitimately could be an upset here. They're without their best player. This guy is projected to go number 1 in the draft. They've centered their offense around him. I mean, I've heard that they've had other really good players too. But he may not be back until like later on in the tournament if he's there. So does Mount St. Mary's pull off the upset here because of no Cooper Flag? That is a big question. Scott says I'd still go with Duke. Chat, I want opinions about this. I don't even have to do any sort of research on this. This is where I just straight up want opinions. And we will see what they have to say. Duke. The Blue Devils should take this one. My pick to win it all. Even without Cooper Flag. Even without Flag. You would still take them. Duke battled through the ACC tournament despite superstar freshman Cooper Flag sitting out with an ankle injury. But fellow freshman Kanu Pell stepped up big in his absence with 28 points in the quarterfinals and 17 in the semis. Blue Devils are one of the most efficient teams in the country on both sides of the ball, but to keep operating on that elite level, they need a healthy Flag. Ooh. Interesting. Are they going to capture the Flag back? Don't know. I feel like for this, I need to look at something else. I feel like I need to have another source of info. You know? I feel like something else has to happen here. Duke versus Mount St. Mary's. Predictions. Duke versus Mount St. Mary's prediction preview and odds. Okay. Share this tab. Mountaineers did it. Yeah, it was in the first four, but Mount St. Mary's pulled off the first NCAA tournament win in the program's history. Okay. Duke versus Mount St. Mary's. They play Friday. Why Mount St. Mary's will win? No matter what, it's never a plus when the entire goal of a game plan is to make sure the superstar doesn't get more injured. Duke is coming into this win one goal. Make sure Cooper Flag's ankle doesn't get worse. But Mount St. Mary's has enough athleticism to be active defensively and on the boards. They're great from three. Mount St. Mary's turned it over 5 times against the Blue Devil defense in the time it took to read this. Yeah, the Mountaineers were great in the first 4 win, but they caught a huge break when American star Matt Rogers got injured. Okay. Mount St. Mary's will get out to a good start, according to this site. And then the avalanche will come. Flag will play a bare minimum in the second half. All right, well, we're going to go with Duke here. I was thinking St. Mary's from the WCC. No worries. No worries, man. We'll share this tab. We'll pick... We'll go with Duke here. Mississippi State versus Baylor. Mississippi State or Baylor. What are the odds for this game? Mississippi State versus Baylor preview. Did Justin leave? I think Justin left. Sports Illustrated says that Mississippi State is going to win after winning 3 of its last 5, and with those 2 losses coming by a total of 6 points against a pair of top 10 squads. The Bears are seemingly peaking at just the right time. And with that, it shouldn't come as much of a surprise that Baylor is expected to continue to the recent trend of 9 seeds upending the 8s. ESPN's BPI predictor has the Bears with a 61.4% probability of punching their ticket to the second round with a win over the Bulldogs. Well, I guess with that, we're going to go with Baylor. So we got Duke versus Baylor in the next round. Oregon versus Liberty. Going with Oregon here. Oregon, I think, is going to shoot the ball well from 3. Liberty, I don't see them win. I don't see them winning. I think it's going to come down to free throws, though. The Ducks are probably going to hit free throws down the stretch, and they're going to outplay the Liberty. Arizona versus Akron. Akron's had a very good year. I've heard a lot of good things about their program. I've heard a lot of buzz about them. Heard that they have some athletic guys that are pesty and have a lot of grit. But Arizona's really good too. Arizona's really good too. Again, if you were just tuning in, or if you're tuning in later and you're watching the little rerun of this, help me figure this out. I want to know who you're going to go with here. Arizona or Akron? LeBron James is home. Arizona versus Akron. Predictions. Share this tab instead. All I know is that they are the Zips, JJ. Go Wildcats. Arizona Wildcats. Let's do this one. CBS Sports released its March Madness expert predictions on Tuesday, and 4 of its college basketball programs picked Arizona to upset the second round by Oregon. The other 4 experts picked Arizona to advance to the Sweet 16. Wildcats swept the Ducks in the regular season in 2023-24. Their last season in the Pac-12, but then they lost to Oregon in the Pac-12 semifinals. Dude, that's so weird. Imagine you play against a team, you beat them so many times during the regular season, and then you play them in the Pac-12 semifinals, and the most important game, and you'll lose that one. I think we're gonna go with Arizona here. We'll go with Arizona. Wildcats versus Oregon. Tough to beat a team 3 times in one season. Yeah. Well, that is what happens. That's what makes sports so great. You know? That's what makes sports great. What the heck am I watching? I don't even know what this is. Can we just go back to sports, please? I don't even know what this is. Dodgers versus Cubs. No. They're doing like they're doing other games. Okay. Villanova Wildcats ice hockey. Announcer does a good job. I wonder who that is. BYU versus VCU. Ugh. BYU versus VCU. Chat, I'm going to let you all have at this one. BYU is a pretty good three-point shooting team from what I remember. Don't they have that one guy who's like really tall? It's supposed to be like a top 10 draft pick. Let's go to tankathon.com. Let's see. Let's go to Tankathon. Oh, what happened to it? It X'd out. Tankathon.com. Share this tab. Compare prospects. Or wait, no, mock drafts. Who's the BYU guy? Oh, it's Baylor. It's Baylor, and that's VJ Edgecombe. Okay. But they don't have a top guy. Oh, yeah, Igor Demon. That's who it is. Okay. Igor, this guy's averaging 13.5 points per game. So this guy might be really good. Okay. Igor. BYU versus VCU. We'll come back here. Odom from VCU may be the next UVA head coach. Lamar Odom? Like former NBA player Lamar Odom for the LA Clippers. That guy, and he was out of the league. I forget what happened to him. But didn't he gamble? Isn't that what happened to Lamar Odom? Didn't he gamble on games or something? Isn't that like what he did? I forget. Or was it assault? I forget. Something happened. Something happened with Lamar Odom. And I'm kind of blanking out. BYU versus VCU. BYU versus VCU. No, the son of the coach was at Wake Forest a while ago. The son of the coach. Odom from VCU may be the next UVA head coach. So Lamar is the son of this coach. This coach has to be like, there's dad. That's his dad. That's Lamar's dad. Is that what you're saying? That's his dad. He must be really old. Must have been doing this for a while. No, not the NBA player. So no Lamar Odom. BYU versus VCU predictions. VCU predictions. We'll share this tab. Not the NBA player. Should we go over here? Let's do this one. BYU and VCU by the numbers. VCU, Ken Palm is 31. I don't know what these numbers mean here. VCU has been coached the last 2 years by former Ryan Odom. Okay, is Ryan Odom related to him? Coached the Tim Duncan at Wake. Did he also coach Chris Paul as well? Ryan Odom. Is he related to Lamar Odom, though? Lamar Odom. Let's see. Relationship. There's no publicly known relationship. Okay, so they don't. Okay, there's no relationship. Ryan Odom, yeah, he was at Wake for years. Yeah, dude, that basketball program. I mean, there were some great players that came out of that program. But yeah, Ryan Odom is one of the most experienced head coaches. I wouldn't want to bet against that guy. Their defensive ranking would rank 5th in the Big 12 behind Houston, Iowa State, Kansas, and West Virginia. BYU lost twice to Houston and was 5-0 combined versus the other 3 teams. Okay. VCU does not force many turnovers. That's going to be big. This game actually could come down to the wire, and yet VCU is going to have the upper hand here because they're going to force a turnover, and BYU is going to make a mistake. It's going to be a chess match between the both of these teams. VCU, I think, will take advantage at the very end. You know, it may not come down to a lot of turnovers up until the very end here. And so if that's the case, I see VCU winning this. I do. BYU, though, has had a good year. I'm not going to discredit them, but I think that I would go with VCU here. Just because they have a very good head coach who's been through these wars before and knows how to get it done. And he does have talent. There's no doubt about it. He does have talent. Matt Shulga and Joe Bamasile might be, they're a very good duo. Wisconsin and Montana. I don't know much about Montana's program, but I guess I got to go with Wisconsin here just because of that. Then we got St. Mary's against Vanderbilt, and this is going to be tough. This is really going to be tough. VCU sounds good. Yeah. St. Mary's against Vanderbilt. That's going to be tough. That ain't going to be easy. That's not going to be easy right here. Let's try to scroll down here. Why is my nose itching all of a sudden? Hold up 1 second. 1 sec. Okay. Hit that like button, folks, and hit that subscribe button. The Gals is that what you call them? The Gals? Is that their name? So this team is averaging 79.5 points per game. But they also give up more points. This team has never faced a top 25 team. Ooh. They're 17-1 against their conference. They played well against their conference, but the conference sounds a little bit weak, or maybe the judges didn't really give them a lot of high competition because they didn't expect that. So I think that we got to play it safe here. We got to play it safe here and go with St. Mary's, right? Did I do this? Did I do that one? Hold up. St. Mary's. Yeah, I did. Yeah, just them and Gonzaga. Okay. But Vanderbilt's good, though. Vanderbilt. I don't know their team name. Let me just make sure I chose the right team here. They were 8-10 against their conference. Oh, no. I wanted to go with Vanderbilt. I'm sorry. That's what it was. Yeah, Vanderbilt. Flip a coin, heads versus for St. Mary's, tails versus Vanderbilt. I'm going to go with Vanderbilt here. I think Vanderbilt has the upper hand. And then Alabama versus Robert Morris. They're going to want somebody to upset Alabama. I know Alabama's a good football program, but I don't see them losing. I don't see any of these 2 seeds losing to these 15 seeds. I just don't. Okay, then we got Houston versus SIUE. Houston's going to win this. Gonzaga and Georgia on this side of the bracket. So this is the Midwest bracket here. Dude, that second bracket looks tough. Gonzaga Bulldogs versus the Georgia. Oh, what are they called? I'm so bad with my college names, dude. They're the Bulldogs too, right? Gonzaga Bulldogs versus the Georgia Bulldogs. Ooh, which Bulldogs going to win? Dude, this is going to be insane. Holy moly. Georgia could actually win this because Gonzaga seems like that they're sort of leaking oil a little bit because they had such a great program for a very long time, and they still do, but they've been kind of dropping off a little bit. They've been kind of dropping off. So, I don't know. I don't know about this one, chat. I have no clue about this. Do we go with Gonzaga? Hit the Bulldogs, JJ. You can't lose. You're funny. You're very funny. Cougars roll. Yeah, I don't know about this. Should we take a look at their schedules? Gonzaga, Bulldogs, Gonzaga, Georgia, odds. It is spring. I can feel the allergies coming. That's probably why. I probably should close the window. Georgia's 5-1 against the spread in their last 6 games. Gonzaga's 2-1 all time versus Georgia, but Georgia's 3-0 all time against the spread versus the Zags. Ooh. Gonzaga's 5-5 against the spread in their last 10 games. Gonzaga had you all along. I had a Bulldog going all along, man. The Clemson Tigers, I got them winning. Beating McNeese. Purdue against High Point. That game could be really good. But I don't see Purdue getting upset there. Illinois versus Texas or Xavier. And right now it's Texas. So we're going to go with Illinois. And then we got Kentucky versus Troy. I got Kentucky going over here. So now we're starting to speed things up because I know these teams now and I know these programs. UCLA versus Utah State. Don't sleep on this Utah State team. Somebody did tell me that earlier today. They said that this Utah State team is very well coached and they play very good team basketball. But UCLA always has had a very good college program. I don't know how they've been doing this year. But, just going off a reputation, I would say UCLA. But who really knows? Who knows? Who really does know? UCLA, Utah State predictions. What'd y'all go with here? What did y'all go with? Sports Illustrated says, and by the way, tell me the other games too. We'll go back to that. Ian Martinez is a senior guard who can do it all for the Aggies for Utah State. Averaged about 16 points per game. This guy's supposed to be a top pick too, right? Ian Martinez. Didn't they have him as a top pick? Maybe not. Maybe not. Ian Martinez, he will be tasked with unpacking the Bruins' compact defense that shuts off the rim for opponents, while also creating sound looks for the rest of the Aggies team. Then we got UCLA. Aggies run a zone defense that has been tricky to crack at times for opposing defenses. But Bill Liddell's time at Oregon State may provide some experience against zone defenses, considering the Beavers also deploy one. The big man is a capable three-point shooter, hitting 40% of his threes. So he may be tasked with stretching the floor in this unique matchup. I might have to go with Utah State here. Just maybe. Just maybe. I think I'll go with Utah State. But UCLA's had a very good program. And we're going with Utah State. I feel bad for doing this, but I feel like it's right. You know? I feel like this is right. Then we're going to go with Tennessee against Wofford. All right. So now we got, let's go back to the first 24. Okay, so we got Auburn versus Creighton. Okay. Creighton's going to beat Louisville. We got UC San Diego versus Yale right here. Then it's North Carolina versus Iowa State. We have Iowa State beating Lipscomb and North Carolina upsetting Ole Mississippi. That could be wild. Marquette against Michigan State is another one. And that's Florida versus the Huskies. Memphis against Maryland. I like that matchup. I like this matchup right here. Missouri versus Texas Tech. Should be fun. And the Jayhawks versus St. John's. I'm telling you, I got St. John's going really far. Duke against Baylor will probably be very good. Oregon versus Arizona. VCU, Wisconsin. Vanderbilt versus Alabama. And then in the Midwest, it's Houston versus Gonzaga. Clemson and Purdue. Interesting. And then Illinois versus Kentucky. Utah State versus Tennessee. Now we go to the next round. Now we can speed things up a little bit here. Okay. Auburn against Creighton. In the South. I got to go with Auburn here. This game could come down to the wire. It could be like 72-72 with 30 seconds left to go. And yet both teams don't even foul, and it just comes down to a shootout. It just could. I could see that happening with this. But I think Auburn gets it done, again, because of that crowd. They're going to have everybody behind them. The marching band's going to be loud. I think it's going to be big. UC San Diego versus Yale. I'm going to go with Yale here. They're going to have a good three-point shooting day. UC San Diego, for some reason, I think that they're going to get complacent in this game. And Yale is going to find a way to make it really difficult for UC San Diego. And they're going to dominate throughout this entire game. It's been a fun ride, UC. It's been a fun ride. Y'all did a very good job in your first round. You had an upset there. But I think that the story ends right there. The Tar Heels versus Iowa State. Let's preview this. Let's look at this. RJ Davis against Curtis Jones is going to be wild. Cyclones are one of the most well-balanced teams in this tournament. Defense is Iowa State's backbone, with an ability to generate turnovers and make opponents feel uncomfortable. The Cyclones, they take a lot of high-pressure threes, high percentage threes. They're led by Curtis Jones. Lipsy, who missed the Big 12 tourney quarterfinals with a groin injury, is expected to play. Okay. We'll go with Iowa State here and see them winning this. For this Marquette game coming on up against Michigan State, I'm going to do the honors and go with Marquette here. I don't know why. I just think that Marquette may have a very good shot at this. I could see them going pretty far. According to the three-point shooting, or just the overall shooting, this is what I want to know. 80.4 points per game for Iowa State and 76.9 for Marquette. They're 2-5 versus top 25 teams, but they both did pretty well against their conferences. So we'll go with Marquette here. Oh, wait, hold up. This is what I wanted to go back to. I'm so sorry. Marquette, I think, beats Michigan State. Yes. The UConn Huskies against Florida. I'll take UConn for this one. The Florida team, they seem like it's just too good to be true. But I also wouldn't be surprised if Florida finds a way to win. UConn is going to have hunger. Florida might take their foot off the gas pedal at certain moments of time. And I think the Huskies find a way to pull this out too. So I'm going to go with UConn. Then we got Memphis and Maryland. See how this one goes. I'm just going to flip a coin here, and I'm going to go with Memphis. And we got UConn against Memphis in the Sweet 16. Missouri and Texas Tech. I got Texas Tech winning this. And then they find a way to pull this off. And it's going to be a score. Chad, it's going to be a score like 82-64. I think Texas Tech's defense is going to outplay Missouri. Dude, just got so cold in here. The Jayhawks versus St. John's. I got St. John's. I got St. John's against Texas Tech in the Sweet 16, and the Huskies versus Memphis in the Sweet 16 as well. And that's Duke versus Baylor. I'll take Duke here. And that's because maybe Coop plays a lot. Maybe Coop comes back and does some good things. So that's why I'm going to take Duke. Oregon versus Arizona. I'm sure that this thing is going to be as close as it can possibly get. I'd be very, very shocked if it's not that close. Wildcats dominate on the boards. On offense, the Wildcats are led by Caleb Love, Jaden Bradley, and KJ Lewis. They're also one of the best teams in the nation at making 2-point shots. Arizona does struggle with defending at the perimeter, though a weakness that could be exposed in the tourney. So Arizona could win this, but Oregon's averaging 76.2 points per game. The Ducks, I don't think that the Ducks are going to win this. I see Arizona taking this W. And then they're going to play against Duke. We got 7 people on here. Guys, if you want to chat, feel free to do so. You know, I know that this is late, but we got to get this stuff done before tomorrow. You know, we got to get it done. Ugh. Make sure y'all hit the thumbs up button too. And continue to hit that subscribe button as well. Appreciate it, man. I really do. What else do we got? We got VCU against Wisconsin. Oof. I'll take Wisconsin here. And then we'll go with Vanderbilt or Alabama is an interesting one as well. Vanderbilt versus Alabama, chat. Alabama does average a lot of points per game. They also give up a lot. They're 11-7 against their top 25 opponents, but Vanderbilt may have that it factor. They could have that it factor. Keep your head on the swivel because Alabama operates with the fastest tempo in the NCAA tournament. Their high scores aren't only due to pace. They make 10.4 threes per game. Mark Sears, he's good. He's really good, Mark Sears. He's had a very good career in college. Leads the attack. The defense has been rolling for the Crimson Tide as they harass three-point shooters and absorb rebounds. Turnovers and fouls have been the problem in Alabama's losses this year. But they don't lose this. They're going to play Wisconsin in the Sweet 16. Houston against Gonzaga. Should be a fun one. That should be a good one. They won the Big 12 regular season and tournament titles, and now has its sights set on the national championship. The Cougars' strength lies in their elite defense. They're physical and aggressive on offense. Cougars are led by LJ Cryer, Milo Uzbin, and Emmanuel Sharp. If the Cougars can stay hot in the big dance, they have a good shot of making a deep tourney run. A lot of these games now, it's going to be like, well, I don't know. I see that this Houston team does play good defense. I do see that. Gonzaga, though, could get a lot of points. Houston, though, has its eye. They have their sights. They do. They have their sights on this. But does Gonzaga pull off the upset here? I'm going to say no. I'll go with Houston. And then it's Clemson versus Purdue. And I will take Purdue in this one right here. Illinois versus Kentucky. Let's take a look at this guy. Again, hit that thumbs up button. Hit that subscribe button as well. I really appreciate you guys for tuning in. It means a lot. It's pretty crazy. Illinois versus the UK here. Will Reed, no. Kentucky brings one of the nation's best offenses to the big dance, led by Kobe Bria. They rebound well, but can be beat by opponents who outmuscle them inside. The Wildcats are looking to advance beyond the first weekend for the first time since 2019. Beyond the first weekend for the first time since 2019. Kentucky, can they do it against Illinois? It seems like it's a no. It seems like it's a no. But Illinois lost to the Volunteers. They lost to Michigan State. So, with that being said, I think we're going to go with Kentucky. The Volunteers, I see them winning. And now it's on to the Sweet 16. So in the Sweet 16, I got Auburn versus Yale in the South. And it's Iowa State versus Marquette. And then it's UConn, the Huskies against Memphis. Texas Tech versus St. John's. Duke against Arizona. Wisconsin versus Alabama. Houston versus Purdue. Kentucky against Tennessee. Okay. I'm going to turn this window. I'm going to close this real quick because it's getting really, really cold up in here. I don't want to close the window. I want to stretch. Okay. Yep. I'm going to stretch. And now we go to... Oh, wait. Hold up one sec. Okay, there we go. Auburn against Yale. Auburn against Yale. Tigers are one of the favorites to win it this year thanks to the best offense in the country. Bruce Pearl's defensive schemes have frustrated opposing shooters, but the Tigers can have trouble with opponents who can match up physically. Auburn has what it takes to make last year's first round exit a distant memory. Do we think Yale pulls this off? Does Yale actually pull this thing off? Is the question. Again, thank you all so much for tuning on in here. Again, I appreciate you guys. We've done this is our fourth stream today. We've been streaming for like pretty much 12 hours. We've been streaming for 12 hours today, man. It's been a lot. Just providing y'all a lot of content. Trying to get to that 5K marker. You know? So hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe to the channel. We really appreciate you guys. Very, very much. I actually low-key think I would like doing this 24-hour stream. Not going to lie. We're not obviously doing it tonight. But I do think that it would be kind of cool. What else? 13-1 against the conference? No. I'm going to go with UConn. I'm going to go with Auburn here. Auburn against Marquette. Then I got UConn beating Memphis, even though that game is going to be tough. UConn against Memphis. Jeez. Tough one. What do they say about this? Tigers' record includes win over Michigan State, Missouri, Clemson, Ole Miss, and UConn. All close games, but Memphis also lost at home to a non-tourney team, Arkansas State, by 13. Okay. Expect dramatic finishes regardless of the opponent, but keep an eye on the status of playmaking guard Tyrese Hunter, who injured his foot in the AAC semis. It'd be a big blow if he's unable to go. And that's for the Tigers, right? Penny Hardaway's squad refuses to quit. It's led by PJ Haggerty. And he's the head coach of Memphis, right? Penny Hardaway. Yeah, he's Memphis. Memphis' coach. Then we got Texas Tech against St. John's. Interesting. Now I'm going to go with St. John's here. I will go with St. John's here. But I want to see something. Red Storm pile on the second chance points, which is out of necessity, as they do not shoot the ball well from deep. RJ Luis Jr. averaged nearly 20 points per game in conference play, and Kaderi Richmond is a matchup problem on both sides of the ball. Big East champs will need every minute out of them to close out games. And for that, we're going to go with St. John's. Duke against Arizona in the Sweet 16. Caleb Love has had a very good year. We'll go with Duke. Actually, wait, let's go back to the stats here. This game's going to be close. This game's really going to be close. We'll go with Duke. And then it's Wisconsin versus Alabama. I'll go with Alabama here. Just based off of reputation. I'll go with Alabama. Look, there's going to be some bias involved in this. Alabama's just, look at this. 91 points per game versus 79.7. Sure, they give up more points, but they just play so fast. They do. I think that this is where the Cinderella story ends. Houston against Purdue in this spot. Houston, I don't know if they have it. I just don't know if they have it here. 77.9 points per game. They give up more points, but this could be a very good matchup. Should I take Purdue? I'll take Purdue. And then Kentucky versus Tennessee. This game is going to be wild as well. This game is going to be close. It's going to be really, really close. 85.3 points per game is what Kentucky's getting. And Tennessee's getting 74.7. Wildcats are good. But the Volunteers' defense, look at this defense here, 63 versus 78. Defense does win championships. So I'm going to have to go with that. And now it's on to the Elite Eight. So it's Auburn versus Marquette. We got Memphis versus St. John's. Duke versus Alabama. And Purdue versus Tennessee. Now it gets easier. Go Volunteers, baby. What's going on? Our fourth stream today. We are rocking and we are rolling, trying to get to that 5K marker, man. This is just the men's. I didn't even do the women's yet. Still got some time to go. It's all right. Whatever. Of course, another rematch for the Volunteers with Purdue. I got Auburn versus Marquette. Right? I got Memphis versus St. John's. Duke versus Alabama. And I got your Volunteers for you, man, versus Purdue. I do. Auburn versus Marquette here. We've been streaming since like 6 o'clock this morning. We did take a nap, but 83.8 points per game for Auburn. And Michigan and Marquette is 76.9. Auburn's played very well against top 25 opponents. However, does Marquette continue their Cinderella story? Sheila, what say you? You don't like Memphis? I think Penny Hardaway's going to have a good tournament. But that's just me, though. CeeLo, heads or tails, Auburn or Marquette? I'm not even gonna look at this. Not even gonna look at the facts anymore. Now it's just pretty much it's just a gamble. Marquette. Ooh. Memphis or St. John's? I think Memphis is done here. I think St. John's wins, and they go to the Final Four. Duke versus Alabama. Again, Cooper Flagg has to come back. I'm going to go with Duke. But what say you, my friend? So you go with Marquette. And is it Duke or Alabama? Neither. I'm going with I'm going to go with Duke just because I think Cooper's going to come back. I said that the day before. But I think he'll be back. Duke if Cooper stays healthy, yes. And then the Volunteers versus Purdue. I got to kind of look into this, not going to lie. Your Volunteers play really good defense. I know they don't have Eddie. I'm going to go with your Volunteers here. Up to the Final Four we go. for the bracket. G. Vanutz is here. What's going on, my friend? The Final Four for the March Madness bracket. Marquette versus St. John's. I got St. John's winning this. Duke versus your Tennessee Volunteers. This is going to be tough. This is a good matchup. You can't lie. If Cooper's healthy and he goes up against your Volunteers in the Final Four, that is ridiculous. Congrats, Stevenage. That's really sick. Tennessee beat St. John's earlier this year. Yeah. I'm going to take St. John's over Marquette. I'm going to look at this. I low-key want to look at this just to see. This is going to be high-power offense going up against a very good defense. Oh, by the way, CeeLo, they contacted me. I'm good. I'm good for this year. I'm good for this year. I found out it's not till next year. So we're good. We're good. I'm gonna go with Duke just because. CeeLo, don't. No, this better not. I understand. Okay, hold up, CeeLo. I got to address you. I got to address you right now. Hold up 1 second, okay? All right. Okay. I know that I had your Atlanta Braves winning the World Series this year. I know I did. Okay? But we all can't have nice things. I did pick your Atlanta Braves to win the World Series this year. On my stream. Okay, you can go back to it. This was when the Phillies were in a rain delay a couple of weeks ago. I had your Braves winning the World Series. Low key. You can go back and check the tape. I can also send it to you. But I think that the madness stops here. Look, man, I want nice things. I do. I would love the Sixers and the Phillies to win championships now, but obviously one of them is not going to do it. So, to be fair, I did have your Braves winning the World Series. So I gotta be fair here. Okay? I have to be fair. And so what we're going to do, unfortunately, is we're going to have to go with Duke here. There it is. The final two, folks. Your offense is not consistent to make the Final Four, says CeeLo. But see, man, I was hyping you up. I was... first the Braves and now this team. I still do believe that your team can go to a Final Four. I don't know why. I feel that way because I feel like defense wins championships. I know that your offense hasn't been so consistent, but smash mouth defense is real. It's real. You got to score points. And if they ain't going to score against you, if you all have walls, it's a ball game. Add that resistance and good defense wins championships. So now I got my final two, folks. I need a little drum roll. I need a drum roll in the chat. Drum rolls, please. It all depends on how Lanier will do. There's the drum rolls. Duke wins if Cooper stays healthy. How many total points is going to be scored in the championship game? I'm going to go. I think I'm going to go with the final score to be 87. 87 for Duke to 61. So if I do the math correctly, that's 148 points. 148. And that is the tiebreaker. I'm going to go with CeeLo at 88 points too. Whew. So we're going to enter. I guess that we have to. I guess that we got to do this, right? And then, how do I submit this? There it is. It says submit bracket right here. So that is my bracket, folks. Before I actually go back, or before I actually do this, I did want to show you what the actual bracket looks like for me. Okay, so here's the bracket again. I got Auburn beating Alabama. I got Creighton beating Louisville. Okay. I got Michigan losing to UC San Diego. I just think that that's going to be an upset right there. And then I got Yale beating Texas A&M. Okay. And on this side of the bracket, well, actually, yeah, let's go back to here. Wait, is this all the same side? This is all the South, right? Yes. So then I got Iowa State beating Lipscomb. We're thinking the same here. Yes. Marquette, I had them beating New Mexico, right? And I still am going to go with that. I am. I'm still going to go with that. Michigan State's going to beat Bryant. There's no doubt about it. So then we're just focusing on this side right now. I then got Auburn beating Creighton in round 2. Okay? Auburn versus Creighton in round 2. And then Yale beating San Diego in round 2. Auburn wins against Creighton in round 2. And then it's Iowa State who wins against North Carolina. The Tar Heels, their season is done. I think Iowa State pulls that thing off. And then I'm going to go with Marquette over Michigan State. And that's probably where a lot of people would disagree with me. I just don't think Michigan State's all that. I don't. I have that gut feeling. Okay? So those are my first 2 rounds in the Southeast. In the South. In the West, I got Florida winning against Norfolk, but then I have UConn beating Florida in round 2. UConn's going to beat Oklahoma, and they beat Florida. I got Memphis against Colorado, and then I got Maryland versus Grand Canyon. Memphis beats Maryland. Okay? Missouri versus Texas Tech. And I got Texas Tech. But the Missouri versus Drake game is going to come down to a buzzer beater or something crazy like that. Texas Tech versus UNC. I don't think that's going to be close. Then I got the Jayhawks losing to St. John's. You like Mizzou? Yes. I think that they beat Drake, but I think Texas Tech's going to get really hot from 3. Just have that gut feeling. I don't know. St. John's, I got winning against Kansas. And then Duke's going to be Mount St. Mary. And Baylor's going to win against Mississippi State. The Duke game against Baylor, I think, is going to be very, very close. And Duke is going to pull it off by a needle and a thread. Like, not by much. Oregon beats Liberty. Arizona beats Akron. And Oregon loses to Arizona. That's what I predict. VCU against BYU. That game is going to be good. Some of these tournament games I'm just so excited for. I love this time of year. I think it's really cool. Betting wise and also just watching underdogs. Wisconsin, I have them beating Montana. And then I have them beating VCU. So that's an upset right there. Vanderbilt, they win against St. Mary's. I think that their defense is going to be too much to handle. And Alabama, obviously, going to win against Robert Morris. And then Alabama beats Vanderbilt by like 7 points. Something like that. The Midwest, I got Houston and Gonzaga. SIUE. I think that they wanted to pick them as an upset team. I just don't see that happening. And then this one was close than I think a lot of people would have thought. Houston's going to win, but it's only going to be by like 1 point or 2 points. This is just one of those coin flip games too. These second round matchups, I feel like are going to be very close. And the Sweet 16, whew, I think it's going to be wild. You don't like Houston. You think Houston's pretenders. I was thinking that too for a while. And I know that Gonzaga has a very good system. I'm going to go with Houston, though, because you know what? You got to break out of a curse sometime. They may be overrated. And you're probably right. But I'm sticking with my gut. Okay, in the moment, I was thinking about it. I was like, you know what? I gotta go with what's on my mind. But I think that you are right. I have this gut feeling that you're right, CeeLo. Like you're not wrong when you're right. And I do have this 95% feeling that you're going to be right. But I'm a man of my word. Clemson beats McNeese. I think that we all have that. And Purdue beats High Point. This game could be iffy. And then Purdue beats Clemson. Again, not by much. Illinois against Texas. I got Illinois. And then Kentucky, I have them beating Troy. And I also have them beating Illinois too. Utah State. Got them beating UCLA. That game could be very close. And then I see you guys beating Wofford, without a doubt. I think that one's easy. And then I see you guys beating Utah State. If y'all actually played UCLA, I think that game would be a lot closer. But I think Utah State's going to get hot in that game. And then they're going to run into your defense and they're going to hit a wall and just shoot the ball very poorly that day. Okay, now we go to the Sweet 16. And so I got Auburn beating Yale. And then I got Marquette beating Iowa State. And then I got Marquette beating Auburn right here. Memphis wins against UConn, the Huskies. And probably the Huskies. I think I'll get that wrong. And then I got St. John's against Texas Tech, winning that. And St. John's is going to get the W against Memphis. Again, please comment down below what your thoughts are on this. Give me a rating from 1 through 10 on how much you like my bracket. 1 being awful, 10 being the best thing that you've ever seen. Duke wins against Arizona in the East, and Wisconsin loses to Alabama. It's crazy. And then I got Duke beating Alabama, okay? In the Elite Eight. In the Midwest, I got Purdue winning. If Cooper gets hurt, your bracket's done. CeeLo, I'm a man of... I'm a gambling man. I am. I like to roll the dice sometimes. I'm actually trying not to be too loud. But I do like to roll that dice. Sometimes when it comes to these types of things, I do like to roll this dice. Okay, I got to keep everybody on their toes. See if I just went, number one, like that ain't fun. I ain't gonna do that. Man. I'm telling that to everybody. But yeah, I'm going with my gut here. If Cooper gets hurt, my bracket is done. If it was anything other than his ankle, I get it. I understand. I totally get it. That one guy had 26 points. So, yeah. I don't know. Where is it? We're going back to here. Oh, Michael, you'd be very proud of me. Michael, actually, I don't even know if you'd be proud of me. I had Marquette in the Elite Eight. And I have St. John's winning in the Elite Eight as well. I do. Alabama's beating Wisconsin, right? And then I got Duke winning against Arizona. And again, it's all dependent on Cooper Flagg's health. But I got Duke beating Alabama in the Elite Eight. Marquette wins against Auburn. St. John's wins against Memphis. And St. John's beats Marquette by 5. I'm going to say by 5. How does that sound? Duke beats Alabama. And then, my guy here is a Tennessee Volunteers fan. But he tries to be realistic. He does. But I love giving this guy flowers. Right? And so I got Tennessee beating Purdue. But then, bye-bye Tennessee. And hello Duke. And then we go to our national championship. Duke versus St. John's, folks. Well, I hope to get to the Elite Eight. I have y'all going. I have y'all going to the Final Four, man. I do. Y'all won't be going to San Antonio, though. Unfortunately, y'all will not be going to San Antonio. I got Duke winning it all with a healthy Cooper Flagg against St. John's. And St. John's gets crushed. St. John's gets crushed. John Williams, if you're here in the chat, I'm sorry, but you're going to get crushed. You are. You're going to get crushed by Sir Duke Ellington. Sky's dark here now. Uh-oh. You got to shut the windows. Oh, boy. John, you're going to... Moosey's going to have an accident against Duke. I'm sorry. Don't be mad at me. I'm going with Duke all the way to the national championship. And the total points, it's going to be 148. I was baptized at St. John's. There's your luck there, my friend. Guys, hit the like button and hit the subscribe button as well. We are done with the men's side of things. Okay. Now, JJ, we're gonna submit this right now. Right? We're gonna submit this. And there's our bracket. Okay. And now I'm gonna take off the screen here. We're gonna remove this. I'm gonna enter my email. Log into ESPN with your My Disney account. ESPN is partnered with Disney. I don't know what my account is. I guess I could do this one. I don't know. I'll have to figure this out in a bit. Before I actually do this, I will now do the other side. JJ, did you even eat today? Mom, where's the meatloaf? Of course I ate today. Yeah, I ate. I'm all good. I ate. I slept for an hour. I'm all good. I'm a little bit tired. Can't lie. But I said I'd do this, man. My man needs a mini fridge stat to Red Bull sponsorship. Red Bull actually does give you wings, apparently. I heard from a commercial. Mom, the meatloaf. Guys, okay. It is 1:24 a.m. in the morning. These brackets are due tomorrow. Okay? I did the men's. It took us 2 hours and 12 minutes to fill this out. It's time to do the women's, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's control shift this. Where is the woman's? Now I gotta go back to this screen, right? Is it this screen? Oh wait, whoops. Stop sharing. That's not what I wanted. I don't think that that's the right account though. Sorry about that. Where is that? I'll have to edit that part out. It will. Share screen. ESPN and Women's Challenge. Share. Okay. Good. Create a bracket now for the women's. Okay. It's time for the women's bracket. Okay. What, they go by regions on here? Is this true? Hold up. Let's go with the women's. Wait, is this true? Is this really how it goes? Is this right? Is this right, chat? Please tell me if I'm doing this right. They go by regions on here for the women's. I thought that they had a different type of a bracket. I thought that they had the same thing as the men's. I want that hoodie and the hat. My favorite O'Neal Surf hoodie is from Hanalei Kauai. I hope I said that correctly. I probably did not. In 1999, still growing strong. I love it. I absolutely love it. Create up to 25 women's brackets to be eligible. All right, we got UCLA versus Southern. UCLA has had a good year. I don't think low key chat. I don't think that we're going to get a lot of Cinderella stories on the women's side of things. I gotta be honest with you. I'm very biased. I love Flau'jae Johnson. Okay, I think that LSU is going to be a problem this year. I really do. But they're in a tough bracket, it seems like. So we're going to go with UCLA. If this is the right bracket, I think that this is. So this has to be it. Richmond, Angel Reese not having this is Michael. Richmond versus Georgia Tech. Let's preview this matchup here. Okay, let's preview this guy. This is going to be tough. Flojo Johnson. Her dad actually was a rapper, but he died like when she was really young. I forget what the whole thing was, but he was in a group, right? Houston, Texas, Davis here. What's going on? We're doing the women's bracket now. We just finished doing the men's side of things. Guys, hit the thumbs up button. Hit the subscribe button as well. We got Game 3 of the Tokyo series at 6 a.m. Just kidding. Absolutely just kidding. I ain't staying up for that. Next week, though, I am doing a marathon to help us get to that 5K marker. We're doing everything that we can, man. We're going to be staying up. We're going to be doing the marathon, and it's going to be like 24-hour streams. And I'm going to have to make sure that I have a lot of thumbnails and all that type of stuff ready. I got to make sure I got my space ready and all that. That's going to be a lot. But we're going to get to 5K. I'm not sleeping until we get to it. That's going to be next week. And it starts right after whatchamacallit is done. Right after the final spring training game is done. And it's going to be sick. We're going to get there. I'm not stopping. I have a one-track mind. 5K, baby. Yes, sir. Richmond led the nation, okay, in 2-point shooting while ranking top 2. Okay, whatever. I just care about numbers, okay? I'm not usually an analytics guy, but when it comes to these types of things, I've been on here for 2 hours, 16 minutes. I'm just, whatever. I'm ready to go, JJ. Let me know what thumbnails you need. Yeah, I'm just going to get a repeat of certain thumbnails, and we're just going to repost things after every 12 hours because the VOD resets. So, we're going to be doing, if the stream goes over 12 hours, none of the VODs are set. So the videos stop at 12 hours. It stops. So we're going to have to just save them, and then we're going to have to start a new stream after every 12 hours. And so we're just going to have the thumbnails and the streams all ready to go beforehand. So if it's for 3 days, I'm going to have 3 days worth. That means 6 thumbnails for this. Did Connecticut win the women's bracket? I don't know. That I don't know. Chat, if you want to check that out for me, let me know. We're just filling out our women's bracket right now. It's 1:30 a.m. JJ's strength is strength training his vocal cords for a marathon streaming. So no baseball tomorrow. Probably not, but there's a maybe. The game's not on TV tomorrow, but I might do it depending on how I do feel. I'm not going to commit to it because I've been doing a lot of streaming today. But I might do it. You never know. I might show up at like 105 and just be like, poof, I'm right here. JJ is an analytics guy, so he can get sued by the Phillies. Yeah. That's BS. That whole thing. What time would it be? It'd be 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. All right, let's start off our bracket. So we got UCLA winning against Southern. I think that's Southern California, right? Richmond against Georgia Tech. This game's going to be close. I'm going to go with Richmond just because they're 17-1 against conference play. That's really, really good. So I got Richmond taking the team right here. Okay. They're the Spiders, the Richmond Spiders. Nice. Ole Miss against Ball State. This Ball State team, I don't think is going to be able to upset. Even though Alex Richard is having a very good year, it seems like she's doing very well. 75.7. I don't know, man. I'm gonna go with Ole Miss because they're the home team. JJ, I'll do it live. I'll do it live tomorrow. Yeah. You know me. I'm probably gonna do it. I'm addicted to this. It has to stop. I've become addicted to streaming. I'll be honest with you. I really have. I want to really try to do more content. I did not feel tired today. I just I don't know. I'm having fun. I don't feel like I didn't feel like I pushed myself. The other day I did when I did when I first woke up at 6 a.m. I felt like I definitely overslept. But it's gonna be cool, man. Scott says, JJ, I have a problem. I got a fever, and I need more cowbell. I need more JJ babies in the chat. I need more let's go freaking babies in the chat. Ole Miss is going to win against Ball State. There's one. Baylor against Grand Canyon again? Wait, didn't we just do this? Does Baylor play Grand Canyon in the men's and the women's? Hold up, chat. Baylor versus Grand Canyon. No, okay. Who does Grand Canyon play in the men's? I was going to say, like, when has that ever happened? Maryland plays Grand Canyon. Okay. Shall we look at this? Shall we see? I guess so. As my brother would say. Excuse. Sorry, Mom. I don't know. Bears, 6 players averaging 9.2. That's actually pretty good. They have 6 players on their team averaging at least 9 points per game. That's not bad. They play by quarters, so in these games are more low scoring. So they could actually get it done. They're averaging 78 points per game. This will be close. They're 16-0 in their conference, and they're 15-3. I don't know what conference GCU is, but they're 0-1 versus top 25 teams. So it tells me that they really weren't in. It tells me that they really weren't in their conference. But John, to be fair, I've been on for 12 hours. A sneeze is natural. A burp is rude and disgusting, but when you've been on for 12 hours, there has to be a little bit. I'm just saying a little bit of leniency. Just a little bit. I deserve a little bit of a pass. Not fully, not a full pass. Put $1 in the burp jar. I am going to do something like that. And again, the allergies are starting to bother me. I don't know why. I just have itchy noses. It's like a thing. I'm giving you shit. Oh man. Oh no. I'm gonna go Baylor here, man. Going Baylor here. Florida State and George Mason for the women's side. This George Mason State, I heard, is very versatile. It's not really much of an upset here with this. Plus 175. That's actually, I could see George Mason getting very hot from 3 and Florida State, just getting complacent. I could see that. Not going to lie, chat. I know complacency is a word that I've tended to use a lot today, but this is what March Madness is about. Okay, who wants it more? Who has that fire in them to go out there and try to get a championship? Okay, which team is gonna go out there and fuel the fire when they need a bucket? Right? And George Mason, if you're listening to me, Florida State, if you're listening to me, y'all are favorites. Okay, hold up. Let me get my monologue screen real quick. Y'all are the favorites. You can't let this up. Can't do that. You cannot let this up. Y'all are 23-8. Y'all are 13-5 against your conference. You're picked to win by 4.5 points. The woman got to buckle down. They got to buckle down, man. And I think that they will. I trust them. I trust them. The more and more I think about it, the more I actually kind of trust them. So, I got Florida State winning that one. Let me know who you guys think. Then I got the Tigers going up against San Diego. San Diego State. I don't see this being an upset. LSU, Flau'jae is just going to cook all over San Diego State. I'm sorry. I love me some Flau'jae. She's incredible. Go check out her podcast. She is cool. She's multi-talented. She is a baller. She's a grinder. She's my girl, man. She's awesome. LSU, we're going with Flau'jae here. We can't bet against FJ. We can't bet against her. Michigan State against Harvard. Is this for betting? No. Well, it's a bracket, so yeah, it technically is betting, yes. We eyewitnesses to JJ's. No. Thank God. No. Michigan State against Harvard. I'm going with Michigan State here. Sure, the numbers will probably say something and be like, well, Harvard's very good at three-point shooting under pressure, or like, look at their VORP, look at their, these like advanced analytics or whatever. And I probably would be convinced that Harvard could possibly win against Michigan State. I know it's one game for your life. I just don't see Michigan State losing. Could it happen? I guess. Yes, really, it could. But my mind, sometimes you got to go with the mind over the heart, man. Sometimes that's just what you got to do. So we're going to go with Michigan State. NC State or Vermont? This would be a huge upset. What's the odds for this? Plus 2,500. What if? Chat, what if? They're only averaging 61 points per game. Sometimes what ends up happening in sports, folks, is that you have a team, you have a David going up against a Goliath. Okay? Vermont, I don't know who this team is. I have not watched their games. But because they're going up against a powerhouse in NC State, and there's no actual reason for this, their BPI ranking is 117 over 16. That's not good. But it just takes one game. It takes one game for y'all to go 9 for 12 from 3. And it takes a bad game for NC State for them to struggle. And so with that being said, I'm going with NC State. Y'all thought I was going to pull that finger. Y'all thought I was going to do that to Vermont. Y'all thought I was really going to go against NC State. I fooled you. I fooled you. I fooled you. Ain't no way NC State is losing to Vermont. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. We ain't doing that. Hunter, what's going on? What is up, baby? Fourth stream of the day. We've been on for 12 hours. Not in a row. But we're getting ready for our marathon here, and I thought this would be a very good way to do this because we're trying to get to that 5K marker, man. We are. We're going down without a fight. It's David versus Goliath, and we're going to be Goliath, man. That's how it goes. So I got in it. So just y'all can go back and see who I got in the men's, but spoiler alert, I got Duke winning it all with a healthy Cooper Flag. And I'm taking a very big risk. I know I am. But guess what? I'm a Sixers fan and I take risks. Sixers fans do take risks because they love their team. I'm not even a Duke fan, but I'm a Cooper fan. And the reason why I'm a Cooper fan is because I want the Sixers to get that number 1 draft pick to get that guy. Or Ace Bailey. But Ace Bailey is not even in the tournament right now. So I left him a message. And I said, guess what, Ace? If you ain't coming over here, it's Cooper. It's either you or Coop. I got UCLA. Oh, wait. This is... I'm not ready to go to round 2 yet. We got to go to Regional 4. USC, you're winning that. You're winning that game. Dude, I don't like the one gets 16, and then it's like, well, you know, like 8 versus 9, like that's just unfair, dude. I don't know. California against Mississippi State. Where are we with this? Let's check this out here. Let's check this out here. We got a 12-6 record from Cal Stevenson, baseball player. Just kidding. Dude, imagine if Cal Stevenson goes to one of these games. Yeah, I don't know. This is a game where it's like gonna be 75-74. And it's just going to come down to like a lucky buzzer beater or who hits it, who doesn't hit it, that type of a thing. Who misses the free throws and who does not make the free throws. So we're just... All right, I'm thinking of a number. Chat, help me out. 1 or 2. Give me 1s or 2s in the chat. 1s or 2s. Give me a 1 or a 2. Mississippi State got the tacos. Yeah, I know. John says 2. Scott says 2. Do the in-chat like reactions help with the algorithm? I don't know. We could experiment that. Hunter says 2. And so guess what? Mississippi State, you are in. Congratulations to Mississippi State. California's been a nice season. I don't know your team. I have not been close with following you guys, but y'all have a bright future ahead, I'm sure. You know, it's not going to be a good day for y'all shooting from 3, and it's going to come down to the buzzer, and somebody has to go home. And again, I'm sure that y'all are great people, but a person filling out a bracket has to do what a person filling out a bracket has to do. No hard feelings, nothing like that. So let's go back to this. Okay. Kansas State versus Fairfield. Where's Fairfield located? Anybody know? Anybody know where Fairfield is actually located? Again, hit the thumbs up button and hit that subscribe button as well. JJ needs some of those big frames like De Niro in the casino. Dude, I want those Ringo Starr glasses. I'm not going to lie. Like, I would love that. Or like those, like those sunglasses that just, that's what I want. Like what HER wears, her, they call, her name is Her. Like those types of glasses are really sick. Let's go. If you're gonna go Fairfield on this guy, Serena's good. Serena's had a very good. Somebody told me about her. They're like, watch out for Serena. I'm like, dude, I trust you. I do. I trust you, but do I trust you that much? Y'all aren't averaging as many points per game. You're also giving up. I mean, you're playing better defense compared to this team, but not by, again, it's like 4.5 points of a difference. Y'all are 19-1 though against your conference, but look at your BPI rank. Prove those judges wrong, bro. You don't trust Poindexter. Okay. They have not played a top 25 team. They have not played a top 25 team. And they're going up against Kansas State. Now, Kansas State, again, like y'all have Serena, y'all have Aoka, Poindexter. I know that you said that you don't trust her, even though she's shooting 41% from three. I gotta be safe here. I would judge by height and number of stats ain't racist. What's up, Asia? How are you? I'm gonna go with Kansas State here. I'm Scott. I love you, man. You're my guy. But sometimes the nice part about doing these types of things is that we have different. We like different things, or we have different thoughts, and so I gotta disagree with you on this. I do. Poindexter's gonna get 40. Just kidding. No, I'm not gonna. I'm just trolling now. I'm absolutely trolling. But Kansas State, welcome to JJ's bracket. Welcome, Kansas State. Again, we got to get Kansas involved for Joel Embiid. Asia, what's going on, Asia? We're filling out our women's march. Oh, whoa. Hold up. Hold up one sec. Pause the music. I had to change my banner. Oh, well, gotta start all over again, I guess. Well, here we go. Go back to the top. UCLA, Richmond, Ole Miss, Baylor, Florida State, LSU, Michigan State, and NC State. Okay? That's that. USC, Mississippi State, Kansas State, and now we're on Kentucky. They're winning. They're not losing, even against Liberty. And Iowa. Dude, I want Iowa to win so badly. But Murray State could be something. Look at Murray State. Like, they're 25-7. This team does not joke, folks. You can't be horsing around with some of these teams. This team is, their money line's at plus 340. But Lucy Olsen's good. I know that they don't have Molly anymore, and obviously there's no Caitlin Clark, but look at Hannah Stolke. She is... Iowa could actually, like, low-key be a very, very tough out here. I'm not even playing. I'm being dead ass. I'm being dead serious. It's after hours with JJ. I'm going with Iowa. Oklahoma. Welcome to JJ's bracket. Yeah. JJ putting up an Angel Reese banner. Well, it's going to be for Flau'jae. Shout out to Flau'jae Johnson. You know, that's, again, like, that's my girl. She's a grinder. She works really, really hard. She is, I don't know how she like doesn't even sleep. She's at the gym early. She records albums. Like, she's on talent shows. Like, what the hell can't she do? You know? She's insane. She's just that good. She has a podcast. Ugh. She's awesome. And still, she, yeah. Oklahoma State versus South Dakota State. Ooh. Chat, I'm going to get your thoughts on this. Give me a 7 or give me a 10. We're doing a poll. I thought Angel Reese was an announcer. No, that's Merrill Reese. I shouldn't even be laughing. Merrill Reese is the play-by-play announcer for the Eagles. It's late. What am I doing with my life? Ay. Okay. Oh, man. 8. No, it's not a number. It's either 7. It's either Oklahoma State or 10 or Angel. Angel Reese. I thought she was a broadcaster. Yeah. It's just funny how, you know, it's just funny how things come full circle, I guess. There's no relation between Angel and Merrill. Not that I know of. Merrill Reese has more layups. I think he slam dunks on people. I really do. Merrill's had some very good calls over the years. Oh gosh. Okay. We're going back. Where is it? Yeah. Angel versus that was funny. Oklahoma State and South Dakota. Where are we going? 7 or 10? Scott says 10. Oh, okay. Hunter says 7. I'm so sorry. John says 8. Okay. 7 or 10. So Angel is a musician or a basketball player, seriously. Angel is a basketball player. Angel Reese is a basketball player for the WNBA. But she went up against Caitlin Clark in college and beat her during her freshman year. Is it freshman year? I might scratch that. I think it was 2022. LSU beat Iowa. Yes. Oklahoma State or South Dakota State. Okay, John, you're the tiebreaker here. Or Michael or whoever. We have 13 people tuning on in. Who are we choosing? Oh my gosh, John. 10. Wow, I never laughed so hard on stream before. UConn against Arkansas. Paige Beckers is winning. Paige is winning that whole thing. Okay. You got it, Scott. You got it. I got to defend my guy. He got it. He's good. South Carolina. Oh yes, they're winning. Again, not a lot of upsets here. This is regional 2. Dude, this is a tough bracket. You got UConn in this bracket along with Oklahoma, Iowa, and Kentucky. Ew, that's a very good bracket. It's a very good bracket. We're going to get some mileage off of that snafu. Utah or Indiana, another like 8-9 matchup where it's just like, yeah, we know it's going to be either one team or the other, and you just don't fully know, and it's 50-50. Excuse me. Utah is sharply accurate on both 2-pointers and 3-pointers. Can they just... Okay. I have a confession to make. Okay. Okay. I have a pet peeve. Okay, it's really a pet peeve. Okay. There's 3-pointers. Okay, did the NBA back in 1965, and I know that this might sound like a get off my lawn type of a thing, but did they call them 2-pointers back in the day? Like Wilt Chamberlain shot like 55 2-pointers. Like, did they call that 2-pointers? No. They call that field goals. That's what they call that. They call it buckets. And so, my thing is, you got 3-point field goals, and then you got field goals. So why are we calling 2-point shots 2-pointers and 3-point shots? Like, I get that. Like, threes, because there's a difference between 3s and 2s, but people still just, I don't know, like, they take the 2s. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just a little bit annoyed. I don't know. But that just bugs me. Like, we call them 2-point field goals. Nobody says that. This isn't like 1895. They're both field goals, right? Yeah, but like there's 3-point field goals and then there's field goals. Field goals are like the overall shots, but 3-point field goals are more specific. Like, just call them field goals. Like, yeah, they take a lot of 2-pointers. They take a lot of shots within the paint. Just say something like that. Like, don't just call them 2s. It just sounds weird. Sounds weird to me. I don't know. That's a pet peeve of mine. I have some very weird pet peeves. And that's one of them. Stop calling them 2-pointers and just call them field goals. That's all I ask. Gianna Neepkins, is that how you say it? 19.2 points per game. Maya Torre. Again, I'm sorry. If anybody's listening, that plays on these teams here, man, I apologize if I am mispronouncing your names. Okay. I usually like to do research on these certain things because, again, I got yelled at one time for not doing that on here. And I usually am good with that, but there's a lot of names on here, and I really have not been following the tournament. I have not been following March. I have not been following basketball this year. So, again, you can DM me on Twitter or whatever. I apologize if I'm not pronouncing your names correctly. Okay. Call me out. Utah averaging 76.7 points per game. They're also 1-4 versus top. Okay, we're just gonna take Indiana just because they're 4-6 versus top 10 teams. But this team's BPI ranking is higher. It's just weird. I don't know. Experience to me wins championships, and I think that goes a long way. So we're gonna go with Indiana this time. JJ has a confession. I'm on Angel Reese's OnlyFans daily. No, I'm not. Flage is my girl. And I like Angel too. I do. I do like Angel a lot. Alabama or Green Bay? Well, the Packers certainly aren't getting Aaron Rodgers back. Alabama has a good football program, but this isn't football. With all jokes aside, though, Alabama's actually had a very, very good year. And I've heard some great things about their women's basketball program, and I kind of want to see them go far. I'm not going to lie. But Green Bay being another one of those, Cinderella teams. I don't know, man. I thought you were going to say you prefer blondes. I'm married to the rumors are true. Really? Really? I learned something new every single day when I'm streaming on here. And that is a fact that I never thought that I would have known. But that is an interesting fact. 2, I did not know that. Alabama, I'm going to go with Alabama here. And I got Maryland versus. I just don't think that there's. I don't think that there's going to be a lot of upsets. Your 2 favorite numbers are 5 and 12. Really? I didn't know that. I'm going with Alabama. Chad, we going to go with Maryland here? I think we should. But Norfolk is, dude, this team is 30 and 4. 30 and 4, dude. Look at Diamond Johnson. 19 points per game. It's a lot. That's a lot. This could be something. Terrapins started off the season. Who are the Terrapins? What's a Terrapin? Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Wake up. What's a Terrapin?
Here's an answer from Wikipedia and Britannica.
Oh, they're turtles. A turtle living in fresher.
Here's an answer.
Oh my gosh! I wasn't talking to you. Shut up. Back to what I was saying. Terrapin's a turtle. Okay, so that's the green team. Terrapins started their season with 14 straight wins and entered the NCAA tournament with victories in 4 of their last 5 games. This team could actually upset Maryland. If Maryland can limit its turnovers, it has a chance to make some noise in the tournament. Cheyenne Sellers, Marlon Smith, both okay. I think Maryland's a safe pick. One had straight blonde hair and was an English lass, and the other had crazy curly hair and was a local. They were both freaks without the B in the H. I was going to just ask that, and then I saw what you said. They were both freaks. West Virginia or Columbia, Washington. What time's that game tomorrow? Siri? What time is the Columbia, Washington game tomorrow?
I couldn't find any upcoming Huskies Lions games tomorrow.
You are such a damn liar. It literally just popped up, guys. It popped up on my phone. I'm not even going to pull it up right now. It popped up that the game is at 7 o'clock tomorrow. And Siri's like, I don't have any answers. Siri's being so mean to me today. I don't know. Siri just doesn't want to take me seriously. West Virginia is going to win. UNC or Oregon State. Again, North Carolina, just some of their players are just going to be really hard to stop. Vanderbilt and Oregon. We're still in the first round. It's crazy. Okay. Michaela Blake's. Yeah, I've heard a lot about her too. Khalil Pierre. Vanderbilt, I think, has some good talent. Not going to lie. Commodores were good for 22 wins. I think that's Vanderbilt. Vancouver. They're not a college. They're a city, or they're a province. A providence or a province out in Canada. Vandy rolls up plenty of points, and they have to, since the defense has a hard time stopping opponents, okay? It has one of the worst defensive 2-point percent. Again, stop it with the 2-point percentages, bro. Please. Just say field goal percentage in the nation. Field goal percentage inside 3-point range. No, that doesn't even sound cool. Vanderbilt does excel at stealing the ball. Okay, just pick a team. Oregon Ducks or Vanderbilt, JJ. We're going with Vanderbilt. Y'all are funny in chat. What we talking? We were talking about Siri. I don't use Siri after I was talking to a friend about something random and suddenly it popped up in an advertisement. Scared me. Oh, that is scary. I'm not even joking there. I've had that happen too. That's not a joke. Or one time my friend was actually talking in his sleep, and I think Siri like woke him up and just started playing like a random video, and he had his phone on so loud, and it just woke him up. And it just it sounds funny, but in the moment it was so scary. Because he's in a deep sleep. So that was really funny. I was there. We were actually, he woke us all up because we were having a little sleepover. And the video just played so loud. I don't remember like what he said, but it played like a music video and it was just blasting. It woke him up. I couldn't stop crying. Thought it was funny. I was like ready to go to bed. Duke versus Lehigh. The Mountain Hawks are going to lose, and the Mountain Hawks actually played really well. Wish you had that on cam. Some things, not going to lie. Some things I'm happy I did not record, and I was just there to see it in the moment. It's just that was one of those times. I was arguing with my wife, and suddenly Siri said, "Playing Let's Stay Together," and we died laughing. Y'all are funny, man. Y'all crack me up. Texas, they're winning. Illinois versus Creighton. Creighton's going to win that. Even though Illinois, I think, could keep it close, I'm going with Creighton there. All right, Chad, this one's up to you. 5 or 12. Next year, I low-key, not going to lie, I really would love to actually try to follow these teams and take more, like, educated guesses. I could spend hours doing this. I really could. But do I really want to, watch film, do research, like go through like all the 3-point analytics and go through all the stats and go through, which team had more rebounds in every single game? No. It could probably take me like 2 days to figure that stuff out if I really wanted to on stream. John goes with 12. I figured, Scott, you son of a gun. I figured you were going to go with 5. I knew it. So now I got to choose. I got to choose a damn tiebreaker. Ugh. That scared me. JJ, sometimes you just need to switch off and enjoy the game. Yeah, that's true. That is true. That is true. You're right. You're right. Even movie critics have movies that they enjoy too. You're right. That's a very good thought. Tennessee or South Florida? We're going to go with Tennessee. Ohio State. You're in. Wolverines are in. the Wolverines. One sec. Iowa State, though, is not bad. Michigan wrapped up plenty of wins during the regular season. Olivia Olson and Scylla Swords. Swords or Swords? I think it's Swords. Led the way on that side of the ball. Freshman backcourt duo have averaged a better 16 points per game in their first season in Ann Arbor. Michigan's offense is very good. But if there's a concern with this team, it's on the defensive side of the ball. Okay, I want to know what Iowa State's good at. And you're not providing that info for me. Number 6 seeds are actually 83 and 37 against 11 seeds, really. But 9 of those seeding upsets have come in the past 6 tournaments. Whew. I see Michigan winning this one. But I always feel like we're just hanging out, watching together. That's why I love the chat stream so much. Oh, absolutely. 1,000%. You're absolutely right about that. Calling the game, but we're hanging out, right? And even like when we just do traditional play-by-play, I still feel like I'm hanging out with people, even if I'm not able to talk, like during a traditional sense. You know? I really think that we're like that. Yeah, I do. I think it's just a conversation. I feel that way. Michigan and Iowa State. Yeah, see, Notre Dame and SF Austin. Is that San Francisco, Austin? Where the heck is that? Dude, they're man, they're 29-5. Stephen F. Austin. They're called the Lady Jacks. Oh, I didn't even notice that they had a name down here. Dude, they were at plus 4,000. They were one of those teams that had a very good year in their conference and probably like won the whole regionals and whatnot. And Notre Dame is just Notre Dame, so there's no way, no how Notre Dame is losing that game. Sorry, SF Austin. That would be wild if SF Austin wins against Notre Dame, but I think that they're getting blown out by like 20, 25. JJ could stream a trip to the grocery store and make it an adventure. Oh, dude, again, like I'm gonna be making more content. Like it is real. I want to do more IRL stuff. I'm not kidding about that. I'm not going to burn myself out as I do it, but I like the. Let me stop this for a second. If there's anything I learned from Super Bowl and streaming after the game was done, I really learned that I just love being on camera. And not saying that I didn't like it before, but I didn't know. I come from a theater background, so I get what it's like to perform and whatever. But I didn't really know if I would enjoy being on stream and just doing things, doing more IRL stuff, more in real life things. And I genuinely do enjoy it. I do. And that's something else that I really want to try. You know? And I think we should. That's why I've been watching a lot of gamers, a lot of people that do more in real life streams. I think it's cool. And I've realized that even just by going out and doing more things for you guys, I've opened myself up more. I do. I really, really feel that way. some things I don't like to be too open about, but there's other things I feel like I have more to learn. You know? And so I want to do more of that. And I will. Grocery store stream with Philly's Graham Slam ice cream. Yeah, once it comes back in business, we're bringing it back. We're bringing Graham Slam ice cream back, Michael. Michael, don't you worry. It's coming back. It's coming back. We're going to go to Turkey Hill, and we're going to be like, yo, bruh. Bring me back my Graham Slam ice cream. Louisville versus Nebraska. Louisville. All the way, Louisville. Without a doubt. Half the battle in life is finding something you love and making it pay. And yeah, look, there's days where I'm not going to like this. There's days where I'm really going to struggle. Okay? But these types of streams here, like these types of nights, I enjoy it. I like putting in the long hours. This doesn't feel like it's work to me. You know? I feel like I'm talking with friends. And maybe that's a little bit sad in a sense because it's not IRL. But also, I think it's a good thing because guess what? There's people, these types of things save lives. And these types of things do help other people get through tough times. So I think it's back without the Philly endorsement. But see, Michael, you're not understanding something. Okay? And this is the thing, Michael. This is the thing. Is that when we have sponsorships, right? Like when we go that way, okay, we're thinking big here. We're gonna get Philly's Graham Slam. We're gonna get Turkey Hill to be calling us, and we're gonna be the hill. We're gonna be on that hill with turkeys from Turkey Hill, and we're gonna be getting some Graham Slam. They're gonna sponsor our channel. They are. It's gonna be great. We're going to be the kings of the hill, just like Hank and Dale. JJ, my internet went through an update. I thought you were going to say something more tragic. I did not bail on the NCAA tourney talk. Michael, I'll give you a pass this one time. But if you do that again, if you do that one more time, you'll be welcome back on here. You will be. TCU against Fair. Why did they do it? It's Fairleigh Dickinson. It's not Fair Dickinson. Is Dickinson fair? No, it's Fairleigh. It's Fairleigh Dickinson. We got to win this million, says Michael. We got to get to the 5K. And we will. But we also do got to get to a million. Fairleigh Dickinson, as much as I would like them to win, there's no shot that they beat TCU. Okay? There's no shot at all. And is that the end of our bracket? Is that the end of the first round? Hold up, folks. That's the end of the first round. All right, so let's do this again. So just to recap. Okay, so this is the women's side of the bracket, right? Just to recap, I got UCLA. This is Region 1. Okay, I got UCLA beating Southern. What is this? I always forget what Southern is. Can somebody remind me what Southern is? Actually, I could just look it up here. I do this a lot. I don't know. What are they called? SOU. Can somebody... South California Gamecocks, no. What are they called? Or is it just Southern California? I don't know. I'll come back. You'll let me know. Okay, so I got UCLA winning. I got Richmond winning against Georgia Tech. John, I will get back to your story in just a little bit. I just want to read off these things. Thanks, the Trojans. Thank you, appreciate it. Again, this is how much college basketball knowledge I have. Ole Miss, I got them winning against Ball State. Guys, it's 2:23 in the morning, and yet I still have people up. This is ridiculous. I shouldn't have this much influence. Baylor against Grand Canyon. I got Baylor. Okay. And then I got Florida State winning against George Mason. I don't really have a lot of upsets here. I just don't. I don't think it's going to happen on the women's side because there's better. No offense, I think that there's better talent on the women's side than there is on the men's. Because again, these aren't just like one and done people. LSU is winning against San Diego State. Michigan State goes up or wins against Harvard. NC State wins. USC wins. Mississippi State, they're moving on. Kansas State, Kentucky, Iowa, Oklahoma, South Dakota, UConn. And then for Region 2, I got South Carolina, Indiana, Alabama, Maryland, West Virginia, North Carolina, Vanderbilt, Duke, Texas for Regional 3, Creighton, Tennessee, Ohio State, Michigan, Notre Dame, Louisville, and TCU. And that's all the first round. Now, before I go into round 2, John made a comment, and I want to read this. I used to film bow hunting adventures. I remember you told me that. Here in the jungle for wild boar and up the mountain for sheep. I had a guide service. I got sponsored for everything. YouTube offered my money, and I walked away, says John. Really? Really? If you don't mind me asking, are you I'm just curious as to why. You don't have to answer. You don't, but I'm just curious. But you don't have to answer. And even if you don't feel comfortable answering on here, you can email or whatever. Just curious though. Round number 2. Okay. We made it to round 2, folks. We got UCLA versus Richmond. And I think that the Spiders are going to go back home. Ole Miss versus Baylor. This game could be very, very wild. Ole Miss versus Baylor. 70 points a game. All signs are pointing to Baylor. And guess where I'm going to go? Ole Miss. Ole Mississippi, 1 versus 5. I crush Spiders. I try to be friends with people, but guess what? Sometimes I don't know. I'm a little bit tired. To keep it pure, it's why I started. I could have had a show on the hunting channel, but it commercialized why I was doing it. I just love the simplicity. That makes sense. Okay, that's actually very valid. I understand that. Who did I pick to win the men's tournament? Thanks for sharing that with me, John. I appreciate that. Who did I pick? I think I picked Duke. I think it was Duke. Ole Miss wins against Baylor. LSU again. Got to support my girl Flau'jae. NC State beats Michigan State. USC versus Mississippi State. I see USC winning this. Kentucky against Kansas State. This is not going to be easy. Not going to be easy at all. It's 2:26 a.m. in the morning Eastern time. And this is probably the longest that we've filmed today. We were live for like 3 hours and 26 minutes for the very first baseball game. Then it was 2:50 for the second one, and it was like 2:41. Tomorrow you might feel like doing blind the Phillies game. I think I might do it, man. I'm not gonna commit right now, but if I'm live, you'll know. You got to turn on the notification bell icons. Can Juju and USC win it all? Yeah, they are. They are. I'll go with Kansas State here. Iowa versus Oklahoma. 14 hours, JJ. Hasn't been 14 hours. Has it really been that long? No way. I think it's been more so like 12. Iowa Hawkeyes against Oklahoma. The Sooners. Oklahoma was number 1 in the nation with 21.9 assists per game, but the Sooners turned the ball over. They did it way too much. I'll have to clean that up. They'll have to mop it, clean it all up to advance to the big dance. I like that. Advance to the big dance. Advance in the big dance. Advance in the big dance. That's cool. Oklahoma's averaging 85 points per game. All signs are pointing to Oklahoma. Fine, you guys win. You guys get in. Let's just do it. Okay, there you go. There's your pick. Sorry, Buckeyes or Hawkeyes. Hawkeyes, I'm sorry. I like you guys. On second thought, my mind just says Iowa. Like, do it for Caitlin, please. Please, just do it for Caitlin, dude. South Dakota State versus UConn. The Huskies ain't losing that. South Carolina, Dawn Staley. You don't want to bet against her. Alabama versus Maryland. All right. Time to flip a coin, chat. It's time to get the coins out. Okay. It's time to flip the coin. Are we going heads? Or are we going tails? It is coin flipping time. Heads or tails? Heads or tails, baby? John says heads. I'm going to be closing my eyes, just praying that I get the call right. Who's heads and who's tails? Okay, Maryland is heads, and Alabama is tails. Okay? That's what it's going to be. Alabama or Maryland? Maryland's heads, and Alabama is heads. Just kidding. Tails. I'm not tired. Tails. Tiebreaker. Michael, heads or tails? Either Michael. Can Juju and the USC win it all? Yes. Well, I thought it was for the roast beef or turkey. No. We're doing this heads or tails for Maryland or Alabama. Michael Mertick says tails. Okay. I'm not even going to flip the coin. Tails wins. Okay. Actually, that's kind of cheap. Okay. Ow. That was not even a good one. I'm not really good at flipping these things, dude. Now I can't even find where it went. Oh, there it is. And the answer is tails. It actually is tails. So, Maryland, you are out. You are out. Where is it? Hold up, where did this one go? Add back to the stage. There it is. All right, Maryland. Wait, hold up. Maryland was heads, right? Alabama was tails. Is that correct? I think Alabama was tails. So Alabama wins, and they're going to be playing South Carolina. Ba-bum. Okay. West Virginia versus North Carolina. Chat. Tar Heels. Tar Heels are just this team that, I don't know, like, they scare me. I feel like if I'm UNC, dude, I feel like that no matter who I'm facing, if I'm facing South Carolina, I mean, South Carolina is probably going to win. Okay, eventually, if they were to face the Tar Heels, but they just scare me a little bit. Born and raised in, yeah, I'm going with the Tar Heels here for the women's. Duke against Vanderbilt for the women's. Born and raised, yes sir, John. Yes sir. Duke or Vanderbilt? Duke or Vanderbilt? Michaela Blakes, she's good. We all know. Camille Pierre. Yeah. Okay, Vanderbilt is a good 1-2 punch, but however, Duke is not bad. The only thing about them is that can Duke's defense even the playing field with Vanderbilt's offense? Vanderbilt is a high-powering offense, but they were ranked 7 because of their defense. So they're either going to be very hot or very cold. They're Goldilocks. But they also, I think, are going to turn into Cinderella, and they're going to be playing the North Carolina Tar Heels, baby.
Excellent.
Yes. Did you ever think that you would hear a 76ers free throw chime during this? I certainly did not. But that's all right, because it is 2:36 a.m. Eastern time, and this is what we do. JJ's calling for the upset. It's like during those games, dude, it's like during those game shows, like, Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? Where they just, like, leave you in suspense. I'm good at that. I'm not going to lie. I got to give myself a little bit of credit there. I'm not bad at those things. Texas against Creighton as we go to Regional 3 for round 2. So we had Texas winning. Okay, bless me. That's the 3rd time I've sneezed today on stream. But that's fine. I'm a human being. That's okay. Texas against Creighton. Oh, no. Texas is 31-3. Creighton is 26-6. I think Texas does not lose this game. I don't see how they lose. We're going with Texas. Texas, you're in. Tennessee versus Buckeyes. Can I get a drum roll in the chat, please? Can I get a drum roll in the chat for Tennessee or the Buckeyes? Okay. My sister's in Tennessee. I had a friend in high school who went to Ohio State. Okay. There's the drum rolls. The Volunteers, I had them go into the Final Four in the men's. Ohio State, the Buckeyes, not so far in the men's. But the Volunteers have been very impressive from what I've heard and from what I've seen. I actually did a little bit of research on them. And therefore, I volunteer them as tribute, and they are going to the Sweet 16. Ohio State, don't be mad at me. Your football program is great. And if y'all prove me wrong, y'all prove me wrong. Again, I like it when people prove me wrong. But not in this, because we're trying to get a perfect bracket here. You understand? Michigan and Notre Dame. If I had some sad music, I'd probably play it right now. But I can't because I'm doing this on StreamYard. Michigan actually, no, with all jokes aside, Michigan is 22-10, and they have talent. It pains me to do this. And I'm not really a Notre Dame type of a person, you know. I look at Notre Dame and their football program, and I see like all these successes and whatnot. And look at Alabama; it's the same thing. I like teams that have that blue collar mentality, you know. And so it pains me to do this. It does. It pains me to do this. But Notre Dame, you are not going to the Sweet 16. Ay. Instead, it's going to be Michigan, the Wolverines. And now it's on to Louisville and TCU. This one's not really hard for me because TCU has just been that team this year. Haley Van Lith is very, very good. She's had a very, very good year. Led the team with 17.9 points per game. And she and Sedona Price are one of the best scoring combos in the nation. It would be a very big upset, Michael, I know. But you know what? Did Spider-Man just automatically learn how to fly and use his webs? No. Spider-Man had to work for that. Did Spider-Man get bit by a spider for a reason? Yes, he did. The spider chose him. And therefore, I choose Michigan because I believe that they're the spiders. And even though I saw that the spiders, I did not pick the spiders earlier in that woman's bracket. Okay? My spider is going to explode. That's how I feel. That's what I'm going to go with right now. That's what I'm going to go with. So, the horned frogs. Okay, can somebody actually tell me what the heck a horned frog is? I've been dying to know what a horned frog is. Maybe somebody explained it to me the other day, but if somebody could actually explain that to me, I would really appreciate it. I would very much appreciate it. I could ask Siri, but Siri is not being good friends with me right now. Siri is not my friend right now. Hit the thumbs up button, folks. If you are tuning in for the very first time, I don't mean to ignore you. I'm not. My name is Jason Joseph. I've been streaming for 12 hours today. And hit that thumbs up button. Subscribe to the channel. This is our fourth stream. We do Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles games. We did the Tokyo series today. We did the Phillies sprint training game today. And we did the Sixers game tonight. And now we're doing a March Madness bracket because we're on our way to 5K subscribers. And I want to push out more content. They're great horny toes. They're horny? I guess toads. Okay. Wow. Fun fact, Argentine horned frogs have been known to suffocate in their attempt to eat something larger than themselves. Really? I actually did not know that. Huh. We have giant buffalo toads here the size of Big Macs. Oh, wait, okay, now I remember this story. Okay, we were talking about centipedes the other day or whatever on stream. And you and Larry, maybe it wasn't centipedes, but it was something else. You said that you saw the largest one. I might be a little bit tired, but I kind of remember a little bit. Let's go to Wawa, says Scott. Let's not go because I don't know if driving is probably the best thing for me right now. But yeah, let me know in chat. Lakers Bucks play tonight. Good day for me today. Yankees, Orioles, and March Madness all day. Yeah, dude, you had a big day. You did. Today, as Ice Cube has in a song, today was a good day for you. TCU is going to win this. Okay, I'm just going to cut to the chase. TCU, you're in. Louisville, you're out. Okay. We made it to the Sweet 16, baby. Let's go. We made it to the Sweet 16. So let's recap what we got. Okay. We got UCLA beating Richmond. Okay, the Spiders, they won, but then they lose to UCLA. Okay. We got Ole Miss winning against Ball State. And then it's Baylor winning against Grand Canyon. And Ole Miss beats Baylor. Right? I know that y'all can follow along here, but I like to recap. Florida State, no upset here against George Mason. LSU, they're easily going to beat San Diego State. And then LSU in the next round beats Florida State, and they're going to the Sweet 16. Michigan State, they beat Harvard. NC State beats Vermont. And then NC State beats Michigan State in round 2. Then we go to Regional 4. South Carolina beats UNC Greensboro. Winner plays Mississippi or California. And Mississippi beats California. And then Mississippi State beats California. Then they lose to USC. And USC is back to the Sweet 16 again. Kansas State wins against Fairfield. And then it's Kentucky who beats Liberty. And so Kansas State wins against Kentucky, and they're going to the Sweet 16. Iowa beats Murray State. Oklahoma beats FGCU. Iowa plays Oklahoma, and the Buckeyes beat the Sooners. I'm getting better with my names. You gotta give me credit there. I'm getting a little bit better with my names. South Dakota State, they look like the Bunnies. I'm going to call them the Bunnies. And then they beat Oklahoma State. That's an upset there. And then the Huskies beat Arkansas State, and the Huskies win against South Dakota State. In Regional 2, South Carolina wins, beats Tennessee Tech, and then Indiana wins against Utah, and South Carolina beats Indiana in round 2. Alabama hosts Green Bay. Maryland hosts Norfolk State. Both home teams win. And Alabama, therefore, plays Maryland in round 2, and Alabama gets the dub. West Virginia played whoever tonight's winner was. Actually, I think it's tomorrow. And West Virginia wins against against that team, and North Carolina wins against Oregon State. And then North Carolina beats West Virginia. They move on to the Sweet 16. We then got Vanderbilt and Oregon. Vanderbilt wins. They host they will go and play either Duke or Lehigh, and Duke gets the win. And Vanderbilt beats Duke in an upset. There's an upset right there. 7 seed beats the 2 seed and heads to the Sweet 16. Duke is not going to be happy about that. And then in the final region, Regional 3, Texas beats either HPU or William & Mary. And then they play either Creighton or Illinois. Creighton's the winner against Illinois. And then Creighton loses to Texas. Tennessee beats South Florida. Ohio State beats Montana. Tennessee wins against Ohio State. And then we got a couple more. Michigan beats Iowa State. Notre Dame wins against SF Austin. Michigan goes to the Sweet 16 and beats Notre Dame in another upset. And then finally, the final team that goes to the Sweet 16. Well, first, Louisville beats Nebraska. TCU wins against Fairleigh Dickinson. And TCU does not get upset against Louisville, and they're headed to the Sweet 16. All right, folks. We got to take a quick step off, and we got to thank our sponsor today. Our sponsor of this video, of this live stream, is Tasty Cake. If you ever need to, if you're ever looking for a place, I didn't even know that they were in Philly until today, but you should go on down there. This video is not sponsored by Tasty Cake. I was just joking, but I just wanted to take I wanted a reason to just get rid of that screen for a second because I was getting tired of looking at that. So there you go. I just want to take a sip of water. Are you calling any NCAA games, JJ? Yes. I have to look at the schedule, but during this 48-hour, 72-hour stream, I gotta call games. I gotta have some type of substance, sports-wise. I mean, I have things planned out, but I would really benefit if there's other types of sporting events that are on that I could just do. Okay, back to our screen. We're at 3.5 hours of this. Sweet 16 time. Okay, we got 32 teams, 16 games. Or 8 games. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 games, I'm sorry. 16 teams, 8 games. I can't do the math. Sponsored by F Duck Wine. It'll get you effed up. UCLA or Ole Mississippi? Jack, can I get a drum roll here? Can I get another drum roll? I don't have that. I wish I could play other sounds, but I can't because it's not hooked up to a separate thingy-majig. Bzzz. Hold up. UCLA. Welcome back to the Elite Eight, baby. UCLA beats Ole Mississippi. They're 30-2 on the season for a reason. And so Madison Scott is probably going to get like 20 points or something. And Ole Mississippi is going to really battle and scratch and claw. But in the end, my friend, it'll be UCLA who stands tall. So they're going to the Elite Eight. This is where it gets hard. I'm going to come back to this. USC and Kansas State. USC and Kansas State, man. I don't know. USC is good. Kansas State is good. Glass half full, glass half empty. Kansas State is good. USC is good. Juju Watkins is a stud. And she's probably going to get like 30 points in this game. But she's going to see a lot of good defenses. And this is going to be a test for her. It is, like low key. The Trojans definitely have a good. They have a chance to win this whole thing. I'm not joking. Kiki is a good second option. I think USC pulls this off. The only way, and I'm being dead serious when I say this, I'm really not joking about this. The only way I see USC losing is if Kansas State just hits a ridiculous amount of threes and USC's defense just plays the best that it can, but Kansas State's just hitting their shots that night. And that can happen. I don't see that being the case. And USC advances again to the Elite Eight.
Excellent.
Yes, sir. Iowa against UConn. This is another hard one for me that I'm going to have to come back to. South Carolina versus Alabama. Chad, help me out with this one. I'm going to give this one to y'all. I will give this one to you guys. South Carolina or Alabama for the women's? South Carolina's really good. Alabama's had a nice year, though. Low key. Pick one. Pick one. If you guys, if this happens, and the team that you pick loses, this is all on you. This is all on you. Carolina, I'm biased. If they lose and they get this matchup, yeah. Y'all know what's coming. I'm timing all of y'all out. All right. Jokes aside, go back to this. It's hard not to take the Gamecocks. Yeah, I agree. North Carolina Tar Heels against Vanderbilt, Michael. Michael, this is all on you. Since South Carolina talent wins out here, I do too. I trust you guys, and I think that you guys made the wise decision there. I do. I do. I do. Michael, who do I go with here? North Carolina or Vanderbilt? Again, I would lean Tar Heels. Okay. I would too. John Scott, haha, Cutlet Kyle's outlet. Texas and Tennessee. Oh, by the way, congratulations to South Carolina. And congratulations to North Carolina. South Carolina versus North Carolina. The battle of the Carolinas in the Elite Eight. Ew. Oh, that's insane. Texas or Tennessee? What do we do here? What do we do here? I don't know. I do not know. We'll preview this. Texas Longhorns are very, very good. But Talisha Cooper is probably going to carry the Volunteers all the way up to this point. Go with CeeLo, Tennessee. But see, Longhorns want a share of SEC games. Madison Booker's fantastic, I know. She's a stud. Let's look and see how many points they have. The most recent upset came. Wait, hold up. Number 1 seeds are 35-3 against number 5 seeds. Okay, Scott, how do we feel now? Number 1 seeds are 33-5 against number 5 seeds. Most recent one came back in 2013. That was a little bit of time ago, 12 years. It's not too long, but I don't know. How do we feel about that now? Now that we see that, are we still feeling good about Tennessee? Look, the Volunteers have averaged 87.2 points per game, but this Longhorns team has averaged about 56 opposing points per game. Texas is ranked 3rd. They're ranked 11th. Jump ship, man overboard. I don't know. Do we feel good? Do we feel like this is the right move? I just don't know. And Michael's going to tell me to go with Texas. And, you know, I love Texas Roadhouse. And I could go for a steak. But Tennessee, I got to go with them because guess what? My sister's still there. And I love my sister. So Tennessee it is. Stretching. That feels great. Yeah. We're almost done. We're actually almost done. TCU and Michigan. Do folks out your way watch the NCAA? I'm sure that they do. Save me a nipple or two. Michigan or TCU, folks? I think this one is easy. We're going to go with TCU here. But on second thought, though, got Olivia Olson. You got Scylla Swords. Got a nice roster. Michigan is a team. Michigan is not a bad team. They really aren't. They could actually upset TCU, and we could see some cold shooting nights here. Aussies don't get it unless they have cable. Really? I did not know that. Haley Van Lith is her, and I love Haley Van Lith, and she actually balled out in the Olympics as well. Haley played for LSU, if I remember correctly. And she went to TCU to go out there and win a championship. Haley, you are going to the Elite Eight. Let's go, baby.
Excellent.
And you will be playing against the Tennessee Volunteers. All right, now back to the other two games that I forgot, or that I didn't forget. She played a Louisville as well. She's on a mission. She is. And she's going to the Elite Eight. She is. The Huskies versus the Hawkeyes. I like Iowa. I like UConn. We all know how great Paige Beckers is. Okay? She is on a mission. She also is trying to get to the top. I like Hannah. But the Iowa Hawkeyes, the question about the Hawkeyes is, can they neutralize Paige Beckers? It's hard. It's hard to do that. It's hard to do that. So I don't think that they have good odds here. You look at their stats, though. UConn averaging 80.8 points per game. Only allowing 52 points per game as well. They're ranked number 1 for a reason. That's because of Paige. But all it takes is one bad shooting night. That's all it takes. Paige could go 0 for 9 from the field in the very first half. Paige Beckers. You are going to be playing in the Elite Eight. There
Excellent.
we go. UConn is in, and they're taking on USC. And finally, our last one in the Sweet 16 is LSU and NC State. We're so close, folks. We are close. This Tigers team has been fun. It's been a Cinderella story. Not really a Cinderella story, I'm sorry. They've had some big-time players step on up. Okay? They've played very, very good basketball. Now, they lost to South Carolina. LSU has lost to South Carolina. This is a toss-up here. They beat Oklahoma, beat Tennessee, lost to Texas. Okay, they've had some bad losses here. Lost a close one to Alabama. Look at NCSU. They lost to the Tigers, but they certainly can beat the Tigers. Also lost to the Tar Heels by 1. They put up 104 points against Notre Dame. That was a big win for them. And they lost to the Blue Devils. I don't think I've ever been so nervous about a game in March in my life. There's a saying from The Wizard of Oz. It's called Lions, Tigers, and Bears. LSU has a tiger. And therefore, they are in the Elite Eight, baby.
Excellent.
Let's go. LSU is in the Elite Eight. Here are these matchups, baby. Jay, is it true you got into sports running numbers for The Sopranos out of the blink? No. I just like making this entertaining. I think it's kind of funny, not gonna lie. It's like so, I don't know, like it's selection. Think about Selection Sunday. Like there's just something to be said. It's like a game. It kind of does feel like that. I don't know. There's some sort of fun to this. The fix is in, John. Okay. We've got our 4 or 8 contestants left. We have 8 left. We got 1 champion. That means 7 of these teams are going to have to go bye-bye. Which team will win? All right, so UCLA will play LSU. Let's recap and talk about this. UCLA did beat Old Mississippi in the Sweet 16. LSU beat NC State. USC beat Kansas State. Iowa lost to the UConn Huskies. And UConn will now play USC in the Elite Eight. South Carolina beats Alabama. North Carolina wins by the skin of their teeth, I'm going to say this, against Vanderbilt. Tennessee wins against Texas in Regional 3. And TCU wins against Michigan State. And therefore, TCU is going to play Tennessee in the Elite Eight. So again, the Elite Eight matchups are now this. UCLA versus LSU. USC versus UConn. That's a phenomenal matchup. The Battle of the Carolinas. John, I'm going to need your help on this one. And then the Volunteers versus TCU. Start off first with UCLA versus LSU. This one is hard. It just gets harder and harder, folks. UCLA versus LSU is a good one. This is a good one. I'm telling you, like the women's Final Four and Elite Eight are going to be even better than the men's. LSU is averaging 84.5 points per game. And again, I know I keep saying this. This UCLA team has proven a lot of teams wrong. They're 10-2 versus top 25 teams. They did good in the Big Ten. They have very good shooters. I've had to do a lot of this hard breathing tonight. A lot of these sighs and whatnot. Because it's hard. It's very hard. One off night from the shooter, JJ, and you go home. Tough to pick some of these matchups. It actually, like, all jokes aside, it is. It's going to be fun. I'll break it down like this. LSU and UCLA, it's going to be back and forth up until the very, very bitter end. Survive and advance is the name of the game. I think LSU can do it. I think UCLA can do it. It's going to go into overtime. It will go into overtime. But LSU, I see you. I see you in the Final Four. Let's go.
Excellent.
Our first Final Four team is LSU. Oh my goodness. I try to look at matchups as if I have money on it. Makes me more objective, JJ. It's, again, yeah, I know. But do I have time to look into all these stats and whatever? My gosh. It's hard. No, JJ calling for the Tigers. Ban him like Pete Rose, chat. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. We're going to come back to this guy. This is USC against UConn. We're coming back to that. South Carolina, John, I need your help here. Help me out. John, are you a South Carolinian or a North Carolinian? Are you a South or a North Carolinian? North Carolina. Okay. 1 second. Would you be, if I told you that the North Carolina Tar Heels had a chance to go to the Final Four on the women's side, how happy would you be? Because it ain't happening. It's not happening today. But it will happen on March 30th. Actually, March 31st. And they are in the Final Four.
Excellent.
I can't take this seriously. I really can't. These games really are going to be such like you just really don't know. You really don't know. I really could see the Tar Heels though going this far, like low key. Tennessee versus TCU. Scott, come talk to me, brother. I never knew lacrosse was so serious. No way. When KK the Wacky Tobacco. Good fun, JJ. I like it. It could happen. It could. All right, Scott. I'm gonna give you a T here. Okay. We have either Tennessee or TCU, and they're going to be playing North Carolina in the Final Four. All right, Scott. Do you have any relationship with Tennessee? Do you have any relationship with TCU? John Williams says neighbors. Your name's not Scott. I gave you one. Where is Scott, though, in all seriousness? TCU won the regular season and tournament titles. Yeah, we know that. Over the Blue Ridge. All I can do is laugh when I read it. Dude, I feel that. All I can do when I say certain things is laugh when certain things come out of my mouth. I'm going, what is that? Tigers over Christians. It worked before. Now go TCU. There's VCU. There's LSU. There's a lot of three-letter colleges. But there's also this person who has the initials of HVL. And she happens to play for TCU. And Scott, because you said TCU, April 4th, here they come, baby.
Excellent.
TCU versus North Carolina in the Final Four, baby. And finally, Michael. Oh, Michael. Michael, you and I have to have a chat here. USC and UConn. I know that this one pains you. This one pains me too. But there's no such thing as a tie. There's no ties in basketball. UConn, 31-3. USC, 28-3. This seems like this could be what should be the final two teams. Some would argue that this should be the final two. The Huskies, led by Paige Beckers, or the Trojans, led by Juju Watkins. Which team is better? Give me final score predictions. I don't know, man. The Huskies are 18-0. The USC is 17-1 against their conference. Their BPI ranking is 6, USC, and the Huskies are number 1. Will it come down to the final shot? I'm gonna go with 82-80 Huskies. Well, John, if you watched basketball in 1995, you subtract that by 13, and you get 1982. (1982) is 2 years after the Phillies won the World Series. Juju Watkins, goodbye. You are out. And Paige, senior year, it's been a great year for you. The drive is still alive.
Excellent.
And we have made it now to the Final Four. And we are going to be back after these few messages. 82-80. Got it. Okay. 2 games to get to that final 2. I think my mom said she was born on the same day as Dr. J, for what it's worth. All right, folks, we got the LSU Tigers in the Final Four against the UConn Huskies. And then we got the North Carolina Tar Heels against TCU. So South Carolina is done. And South Carolina, I actually had them, not going to lie, going to the final 2. What do we do? LSU or UConn? We're almost done. Let's take a look at this game. Paige and Flage, so good against each other, man. Love watching the both of them compete. They also coached and did like a fundraiser, and Did a really good job. This is going to be another tough game. .84.5 points per game for LSU. And 80.8 points per game for the Huskies. Paige Beckers is on a redemption tour. Paige, I think, is going to get cold in this game. But LSU maybe leaking some oil. Pack your bags, Paige. Pack your bags. Because you are going to Tampa, baby. Let's go.
Excellent.
April 6th, the UConn Huskies are going to the national championship. And their opponents will be the North Carolina Tar Heels or TCU. You have NC State, UConn, Notre Dame, South Carolina in your top four. I can see UConn winning it. Wild. You're with Haley? The Tar Heels, though, are pretty good. One rebound. One block shot. Down the stretch. A missed free throw. That could be the difference here. Let's look at these stats one more time. Number 2 seeds are 30 and 30 against number 3 seeds. And the 3 seeds have actually taken 6 out of the last 7 matchups, including 2 wins from LSU versus number 2 seeds in their run to the title in 2023. This is hard. Team is 8-2 versus top 25 opponents. Suspense is killing me. I feel bad for North Carolina. Because TCU's going. TCU's going to do it.
Excellent.
TCU's going to win. There's no doubt about it. There's going to be 2 teams in Tampa, folks. the Huskies, and the Horned Frogs. That's it. UConn Huskies and the TCU Horned Dogs are going to be in the final two. They're going to the championship game. Look at these stats here. Look at these stats. 19 points per game for Paige. 18 for Haley. 4.5 rebounds per game. 4.4 rebounds per game. 4.9 assists per game for Paige Beckers. 5.3 assists per game for Haley. There are Robbins. 16 for Sarah Strong. 17.5 for Sedona Prince. And Sedona is a baller. I haven't really talked much about her, but she can get to the bucket. I've seen her game. Only once has this seed matchup ever occurred. TCU versus UConn. The last time that this occurred was in 2011. Texas A&M defeated Notre Dame by a score of 76-70. UConn is averaging 81 points per game, and TCU is averaging 77.5. 8-2 they are versus top 25 teams. UConn is 6-3 versus these top 25 teams. TCU is ranked 13th according to their BPI. And this is your national championship game. The tiebreaker, how many total points will this will be scored in this game? Gonna go with a low scoring game here. And I think it's gonna be 67 to 67 in regulation. And in overtime, it's going to go to 78 to 75. So if you do the math there, that is 153 points in the national championship game. Michael, are you a fan of words that start with a U or words that end with a U? Tough question here. The other Michael says, say it with me, Paige. But what does the real Michael have to say? Can I get a drum roll in the chat? Mike. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? It's the National Championship Day. I think that Michael left. I do. Betcha. Betcha that he likes words that end with a U. This game might end with a U. Winning this. A team with a letter U is probably going to go home, and a team with a letter U is going to win. But the team that ends in U, it ends there. And Paige Beckers gets redemption this year. After losing in a heartbreaker last year, she wins the national championship.
Excellent.
And that is it, baby. That is it. I got UConn winning the national championship for the women's. That's it. That was beautiful. I got UConn winning the whole thing. Congratulations to our contestants, UConn and Duke, for the men's and the women's. Do not let me down. Do not prove me wrong. This was fun. We are going to submit to both of these brackets, and we are going to sign off. All right? I'm not going to lie. I got to go to the bathroom. That was fun. I ain't going to lie. That was fun. That was beautiful. That was hardcore. That was hardcore for all of us. Shout out to Hardcore for All, though. All right. That was great. That was fun. That was entertaining. That was very cool. That was all of the above. Guys, we streamed today for a total of 13. How let's double check this. Hold up. Let's go to the books. Okay, so 2 hours and 33 minutes plus 2 hours, 57 minutes. That is 3 hours, 30 minutes. 5 hours, 30 minutes. And then 3 hours and 26 minutes. That is 8 hours and 56 minutes. 9 hours and 5 minutes. 9 hours, 25. We've streamed for 13 hours and 25 minutes today, baby. It's pretty sick. It's pretty awesome. I learned so much today. I got JJ doing the Phillies game tomorrow. You'll see. You shall see. I love you all. Lala Tov. Hit that thumbs up button on your way out. Catch you all soon. Let's go, baby. Adios. Good night. And Lila Tov.